Supremacy Games. Chapter 826 to 850. Chapter 826, The Mermaids. After the orb was created, he opened his jaw with some difficulty and controlled it externally to move slowly towards the cocoon. While he was doing so, he lowered his head and tightened his skin, making his scales close of all his pores. "Are you close?" Nervous and excited, Fallenstone asked while looking around him, fearing that the other two dragons would appear any given moment. Unfortunately for him, he didn't account that the true danger would come from within the cocoon. Why did Red Mercy stop Movi? Before Michael could finish his inquiry, he was forced to swallow it after seeing the cocoon shimmering with golden light. Then, boom! Everyone was left staring at the blinding white screen in utter disbelief, not daring to accept what their eyes were feeding them. The explosion was big enough it erased an entire mountain and destroyed the nearby forest by its shockwave. When it was over, everyone kept their eyes frozen on the mushroom cloud, feeling surreal about the current development. He actually preferred risking his life like this than ask for help. Felix thought speechlessly, "Dear Lord, their pride knows no bound." Everyone else had the exact reaction. They didn't know whether to admire Red Mercy's willingness to go so far for his pride or curse him for being a stubborn fool. When the dust settled, and saw his miserable shape, they were inclined to the latter. Who could blame them? Red Mercy was missing 2 limbs, a quarter of his torso, and an entire wing. His blood was spilling into a fountain non-stop. The rest of his surviving body parts were badly wounded too. If it wasn't for his chest raising slowly and falling, they would have thought that he died. As for Dust Hand and the other 2? They didn't leave behind not even a spark of dust. They were utterly exterminated. Crazy, they are f***ing crazy. Michael clutched his heart in pain as he cursed all dragons. As a spiderkin, he wanted a dragon to be slayed by his own race dearly. It was a privilege and an honor, no matter how the kill happened. Pa-nda. Novel alas. Well, at least Jorgamo's team were quite close to pulling it off, that was an achievement on its own. After a short while, Red Mercy was back to his peak form after getting teleported to the arena. If it wasn't for this reset mechanism, helping him treat his wound instantly, he would have honestly requested for help. "It took you a while." Summer Spirit grumbled while eyeing Red Mercy. Since Red Mercy hadn't informed them about the situation, they had no idea that he was about to get killed. F***ck off, as long as it is done. Red Mercy cursed with a pissed tone and then teleported outside the arena. Although he managed to eliminate Jorgamo's team alone, he absolutely abhorred his performance. He knew that he looked like crap, and for dragons, their image was literally everything to them in front of other races. Summer Spirit and Glory Cleaver shrugged their shoulders after seeing his reaction. Then, they teleported away too, freeing the arena for the next teams. "It's our turn." Felix stretched his arms behind his back while standing up. He glanced at Siren's team and saw that they were getting prepared too. "Don't get too confident like Red Mercy," Barbie Claw advised. "We need to finish the fight in a clean manner to get qualified straight for the finals. Sheriff's team might not care about fighting in the semi-finals, but the same didn't apply to the others." This meant, Siren's team would be as sharp as a needle against Felix and the others. "Don't worry, it will be clean all right." Felix smirked faintly. On the other side of the arena, the 3 breathtaking mermaids were having a telepathic communication without the help of Queen AI. As sound elementalists, this was nothing. "It's a bit of a bummer that we landed against those 3 monsters so soon. But, we can win this easily if we committed to our strategy," Oceanic Soul said confidently while eyeing Felix, Weber, and Rotspawn. She had a bewitching long wavy purplish hair and brown freckles on her cheeks. She only differed from human females with her gills under her armpits, blue-tinted skin, and most importantly, her beautiful shimmering blue fishtail. The same applied to the other 2 mermaids. Indeed, Landlord is a bit of pain in the ass to deal with, but the heavenly turtles can be dealt with quickly if they exposed themselves above the surface. Life Vocal nodded. As sound elementalists, they didn't need to care about the heavenly turtles' indestructible shells. Their target was mostly their ears, and it was hard to defend one's ears against sound unless they deafened themselves. After all, sound was as useless as a glass hammer if there were no receptors to pick it up. But, the mermaids weren't worried that Felix and the other two would consider deafening themselves. In fact, they would rather have them go for it. Just don't let your guards down, and we will be fine. Sandy Shell said. After the break period ended, both teams were summoned to the arena by Michael. He welcomed them and gave the viewers a quick reminder of their achievements in the past fights. Then, he displayed a holographic wheel with hundreds of maps with almost all known environments. Let's see if one of you will get lucky. Michael grinned and spun the wheel as hard as he could. Ting ting ting, ting. After the wheel span for a few seconds, he stopped it. You gotta be kidding me. Felix's expression turned bad immediately after seeing that the needle had stopped on a water-based map. There were hundreds of tiny islands that were connected with either shallow water or non. Those islands would be good enough for footing, but Felix knew that they would not have the same freedom as the mermaids. Hee, my cuties are finally given their environment to play in. Siren giggled happily. Meanwhile, Lady Sphinx, Aspidicalone, and the others weren't too pleased by the pick. Alas, they could not complain about it. Siren's team had fought against Kumiho's team in a forest. Those mermaids with fishtails didn't complain when they had to fight in the main habitat of the spirit foxes. So, no other team had the right to complain if these mermaids were given their natural habitat too. It's going to be hard to travel underground now. Rotspawn frowned. I guess I will have to change my strategy. Felix added, just leave it to me, I will handle them. Are you certain? Weber asked. They ought to feel a bit less confident about Felix's capabilities to deal with the mermaids all alone. After all, they just saw Red Mercy get forced into the extreme to win his fight. Don't worry. Felix grinned, I will be bringing out the big guns. A few moments later, Felix opened his eyes to the soothing sound of the waves smashing against a small cliff. He looked around him and noticed that he had been teleported above one of the smaller-sized islands that had a few coconut trees spread out here and there. Captain, can you see us? Weber asked. Yes. Felix's eyelids twitched after seeing Weber and Rotspawn taking over an island each. They were big enough, their thick feet were placed on shallow waters around the island, making them seem like they were standing on water. This will be a tough one for them. Felix shook his head and blinked above Weber's head. I will find a bigger island that can hold both of you. Felix said as he jumped 100 meters into the air. With the one sweep of the nearby islands, he locked on one that was a few kilometers wide. You should do for now. Felix decided on switching to it instantly, knowing that the mermaids should be approaching them at a supersonic speed. He wasn't wrong at all. When the camera switched to them, the viewers couldn't help but feel fear for their lives underwater. The mermaid's speed was simply frightening, as they all needed was a single flap with their tail to cross 200 meters of distance. That's because they were able to ride on released sound waves, boosting their speed that was already terrifying underwater. Meanwhile, the rest were ever even slower than a sunken rock. It would be an absolute slaughter. Soon, the camera returned to Felix and the other two. They could be seen hiding deep within the forest of the new island. Weber and Rotspawn had their limbs and half of their shells buried on the ground, making it easier for them to take cover with the trees. I will be going now. Felix mentioned, if you notice anything, just hide underground and wait for my arrival. Be careful. Weber wished, if you got caught underwater, it will be difficult for us to assist you in time. What he said. Rotspawn emphasized. Although it was possible for them to control the seabed to their own advantage, they understood that it wouldn't be the same as doing so on land. Water would impose heavy pressure, making all of their abilities 10 times slower. Against mermaids, who were capable of moving at a supersonic speed in water, they would never be able to touch them even with a pebble. Landlord is on the move. Michael commentated while watching Felix traveling through the void realm. Sea or land, it didn't matter to Felix as he was able to see through everything with his interdimensional senses. Chapter 827, The Mermaids LL. Because his vision wasn't blocked in the void realm whatsoever, he managed to locate the 3 mermaids in the first 20 seconds. If they kept this pace, they will reach our island in less than a minute. Felix pondered while following them. Felix didn't know if they would be daring to ambush Weber and Rotspawn on land, or they would remain hidden underwater even if they found them. It's not like they can be too passive. Felix thought, Queen AI will start imposing penalties if neither side made a move on the other. One of the penalties that he feared for Weber and Rotspawn was random teleportation. If someone was too passive, the Queen wouldn't hesitate to pull his ass from his hiding and throw him in a close area to his enemy. In this case, they would be thrown into the water against their will. So, Felix knew that he couldn't afford playing the passive game with those mermaids. Let's hope my new tactics works. Felix smirked faintly as he opened a void rift above one of the tiny islands between the mermaids and his team's island. Without further ado, Felix beamed the crescent battleaxe and tightened his grip on its handle. Then, he requested from the Queen to activate its targeting futhark while eyeing the fast-approaching mermaids with his infrared vision. It looks like Landlord is going to grace us with his legendary battleaxe. Michael's eyes widened a little in anticipation. When Michael demonstrated the battleaxe capabilities before the players, he knew that was merely the surface of its true terror. He didn't touch upon many other futharks since there wasn't enough time to showcase every prize in the event. So, he was really eager to see how would the battleaxe perform when used by a real player. The same applied to the rest of the viewers. Felix squinted his eyes at the mermaid ahead of the pack and mewed, right arm X2. His arm that was holding into the battleaxe doubled in size, making the viewers suck in a deep breath at the thought of Felix hurling the axe with it. Yet, Felix wasn't even done. He laced the axe's blades with potent corruption inducement, making sure that even if his axe merely caused a small wound, his poison would do the rest. Queen, lock on the mermaid in the middle. Felix requested. Done. The instant Felix received a confirmation, he took in a deep breath and launched the crescent battleaxe as hard as he could. In less than a split second, the battleaxe pierced through the sea and appeared in front of life vocal akin to the Grim Reaper. She was so shocked by its appearance, she managed to part her lips merely a little before the battleaxe cleaved her in half and continued on its journey. Boom! Albeit late, the sound of the spinning axe finally caught up to it after the deed was already done. Oceanic Soul and Sandy Shell stopped swimming immediately and eyed their teammates' separated corpse that was disintegrating into black ashes. They were shocked, stunned, and utterly frightened. Retreat. In the end, Oceanic Soul managed to regain her composure even though her heart was beating as fast as sprinting horse. Sandy Shell listened to her orders and fell back with her, escaping from Felix's range. They knew that Life Evocal's fate could have been theirs if they were just a bit unlucky. Dear Lord! Michael took in a deep breath and shouted excitedly, how is that weapon even fair in the hands of Landlord? His throw literally killed Life Vocal before the explosion of the sound barrier was heard. The viewers were as astonished as him. They knew that Crescent Battleaxe was absolutely priceless artifact, yet they never expected that it would be able to slay a Radiant champion in the blink of an eye. The weapon is great, but it wouldn't have touched Life Vocal if it wasn't for Felix's calculation. Selpha smiled happily as she watched Felix catch the returning axe with one hand. She knew that Felix had calculated the distance between him and Life Vocal and the time as well to make sure that the mermaids wouldn't be able to hear the spinning battleaxe until it finished its job. After all, mermaids were extremely sensitive to sounds. There was no way they wouldn't dodge instinctively when they hear the sound barrier blowing up in front of them. The fact that they were traveling at a supersonic speed in a straight line made it much harder to react as well. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I didn't think he will use that stupid axe so soon. Oceanic Soul cursed furiously in her mind while hiding within an underwater chasm. We were too rush. Sandy Shell sighed. We grew confident underwater, believing that landlord wouldn't dare ambushing us in it. They were too focused on Felix's void abilities, they failed to predict that he would be pulling out his legendary battle axe. We can still win, we just need to be wary of his battle axe too. Oceanic Soul assured. As long as she was within water, she was still confident in her ability to win the game. I will be careful. Boredom. Before she could finish her sentence, her ears picked up a faint familiar explosion that happened hundreds of meters above them. Take cover! Oceanic Soul yelled telepathically while diving deep within the chasm as fast as she could. Meanwhile, Sandy Shell knew that the battleaxe was heading for her since her ears could pick up the noise trail it kept leaving behind. So, instead of exposing herself in the open by following Oceanic Soul, she decided to confront the spinning battleaxe. Ya-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. She opened her beautiful mouth as wide as a blowfish, making her resemble a nightmarish monster. Then, she released a high-pitched sound wave that was strong enough, the water vibrated while delivering it. Boom! The crescent battleaxe ended up colliding with this invisible pressuring sound wave, slowing its speed down immensely. Still, the battleaxe kept piercing through the water and the sound wave, inching closer and closer towards its target. It won't stop it in time. Realizing that her screech wasn't able to block it entirely, Sandy Shell extended her palms forward and released 2 more vibrating sound waves. Only this time, she used them to edge the battleaxe to change its trajectory forcefully. This exactly what happened as the battleaxe ended up cleaving the edge of the chasm before getting lodged deeply within a seamount. Is it over? Sandy Shell stopped her abilities at once after realizing that she wasn't hearing the battleaxe's spinning noise anymore. Did you stop it? Oceanic Soul appeared next to her with brightened eyes. We could have stopped it faster if you didn't bail on me. Sandy Shell narrowed her eyes at her in displeasure. My bad. It won't happen again. Oceanic Soul owned up to her mistake, knowing that she was affected emotionally by Life Evokal's sudden and horrific death. Good, now cover me while I destroy that F***ing weapon. Sandy Shell expressed hatefully as she swam towards the ruined seamount. Both of them understood that Crescent Battleaxe was capable of returning to its owner only if it had momentum. This implied that as long as Felix didn't come down personally to pick it up, it would remain lodged deep within the seamount forever. Do you see it? Oceanic Soul asked while scouting her surrounding area for any unfamiliar sounds, knowing that Felix might teleport nearby to pick it up. I see the tip of it, it's purple, it must be laced with poison. Shady Shell replied while opening her mouth widely again. Then, she released a destructive sound wave that blew a giant hole within the surmount, exposing the Crescent Battleaxe. Are you certain that's poison? Oceanic Soul frowned after turning around and seeing that the entire battleaxe was being corroded with a purplish mist. That's void energy. Shady Shell tilted her head in confusion, not understanding Felix's motives for lacing his own weapon with void energy. In her eyes, poison was more than enough to get her killed after being wounded. As for void energy, in both cases, the weapon would be destroyed. Landlord never does anything without a motive. Oh no. When Shady Shell tried to recall a similar strategy used by Felix, the purpose of the void energy finally surfaced in her mind. Without a single ounce of hesitation, she turned around and tried to swim away from the battleaxe with a horrified expression. She didn't even bother to warn Oceanic Soul, knowing that time was tight. Unfortunately for her, she was still a tad bit late. Checkmate. Felix snapped his finger calmly from within the void realm. Then, doom befell Oceanic Soul and Sandy Shell as they were engulfed within a humongous spherical void domain. The viewers could only stare at the void domain with stupefied expressions, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Unlike Oceanic Soul and Sandy Shell, they saw everything that Felix had done after hurling the battleaxe at them. Yet, they were still left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 828 The Semi-Finals. As expected of a legendary artifact. Selphie smiled happily as she cheered on Felix. She was one of the few viewers sharp enough to realize how Felix's pulled off such an unbelievable assassination. She already knew that Felix was capable of teleporting anywhere as long as he had clear view or marked an object with his void energy. She analyzed as much from his previous games. When she saw that he had placed his void energy on his axe, she was confused a little at the start. But now? She recognized that Felix must have planned all along to have his second attack fail. All he wanted was for his axe to reach the premise of those two mermaids. When they least expect it, he would teleport to his battleaxe while taking with him his already prepared void domain. This strategy was too strong and Felix always wanted to use it. However, he didn't own an object that was capable of resisting void energy deconstruction for even a second. This strategy wouldn't work unless the marked object bought him some time to prepare his void domain. When Michael replayed the fight and analyzed it with the viewers, he finally reached the same conclusion as Selphie. How extraordinary! Landlord is using his weapon as bait and teleportation medium to deliver his true assault. Michael said passionately, I doubt he will dare pull off the same strategy in real life. This is too unfair. Now, we need to worry that his void domain will come to us too. It's too much. The champions in the stands weren't too pleased with Felix's new killer tactic. It was truly a cheesy move since he was taking advantage of being in the UVR. He willingly covered his battleaxe with void energy, not caring that it would get destroyed after his assault ended. After all, he would get it back at the end of the fight unlike in real life. Hehe, I knew it. Felix grinned faintly after teleporting back to the arena and hearing the grumbles and boos directed at him. But, he didn't care how those hypocrites were viewing his new tactics. As long as it was valid, he would abuse the shit out of it in his future fights too. Landlow. I am too tired. The moment Felix noticed Michael teleporting next to him, he swiftly turned into a flash of light and returned to his house. I will watch the last fight on the stream, guys, don't wait for me. Felix informed Weber and the rest of his team, not planning to return to the arena for the day. All right, good work, Captain. Weber complimented. Have some rest, I believe your performance will help the team get moved straight to the finals. Rotspawn added with an elated tone. Felix's performance was much cleaner and sophisticated than Red Mercy's. He slayed the three mermaids without receiving a slight injury or having them harm his teammates. Novel he did it alone, letting the Queen know that the job didn't require the three of them. Meanwhile, Red Mercy had acted tough and ended up embarrassing himself. If it wasn't for being recovered to his peak after returning to the arena, it would have taken him days to treat those horrible wounds. Let's hope that the battle space worms wouldn't slaughter Mananangle's team too fast. Felix said. No matter how fast they can be, I doubt they will top off your performance. Barbie Claw assured. They are strong all right, but they are too fearful of getting killed. They always play it too safe. Rotspawn added. True. Felix couldn't help but agree with them after recalling the battle space worms fights. As space elementalists, they were feared by the majority of races. After all, they could open pocket dimensions, slash space, or distorted, teleport themselves or teleport other objects, open wormholes connecting two locations, and more of such overwhelming abilities. Yet, not many of them participate in the games and simply settle with being delivery worms. That's because their physical and mental defenses were too weak compared to the rest of the players. In other words, they could be killed as easily as any random player if they were just a little careless. Because of their weaknesses, they almost never act arrogantly or proudly as the dragons in the games. As expected, the last quarter-final fight had been dragged on for at least 20 minutes due to the battle space worms being too careful. All the traps and strategies that were set up by Mananangle's team had been avoided and blocked successfully. When the battle space worms counterattack, they made sure to target all of their efforts on a single champion. Due to their space-based attacks being extremely difficult to defend against, Manananggal's team could only drop out of the fight one by one. Congratulations to the 3 semi-finalists! Michael shouted as he displayed 3 screens, each belonging to one of the 3 teams. As you all know, one team will be pushed straight to the finals by Queen AI after judging their performance. Michael extended his hand at the screens, showing a long percentage meterage on all of them. The team with the highest score will be deemed as the most worthy one. After announcing so, Michael clapped his hands twice and then watched the percentage meterage with look of anticipation. At the start, the percentage meterage for each team was rising simultaneously with the same speed. However, the instant Sheriff's team crossed past 65%, it stopped moving. Sheriff's team is secured to fight in the semi-finals. Tisk, this is your fault. Summer Spirit clicked his tongue in criticism as he gave Red Mercy a side glance. We should have never left you go solo. Nethercutter scoffed as well, making Red Mercy feel like shit. But, he kept his mouth shut, knowing that he had indeed messed up big time in his fight against the Spider-Kin. Thankfully for him, his teammates stopped giving his crap over this and returned to watching the percentage meterage of the other 2 teams. They were merely a little peeved that they had to dish out some extra effort when it could be avoided. Both teams are at 75%, this look like it will be a class. Just as Michael wanted to finish his sentence, he ended up swallowing the rest after seeing the Space Worm's meterage halting at 76.5%. Meanwhile, Aspidicallone's team meterage kept climbing higher and higher until it touched 94%. Only then did it come to an abrupt stop. Congratulations to Aspidicallone's team for qualifying to the finals. Michael applauded, a well-deserved reward for Landlord's extraordinary performance. See? I told you we had it in the bag. Weber grinned widely. 2 days off, I am glad we get to have some break. Felix smiled faintly. He was more elated by the 2 days off than being qualified to the finals. He had been fighting constantly over the past 7 days, and it was starting to take a toll on him, especially when he needed to be always on alert and create new strategies to end his battles without getting wounded. So, Felix decided to start his break from now to be fully prepared for the finals. Whether dragons made it or battle space worms, he knew that the fight would be extremely dangerous. The next morning, Felix was sitting in the living room with Asna, planning to spectate the semi-finals with her. After Asna noticed that Selfie always sat next to Felix in the stands akin to an unavoidable vermin, she tried her best to keep him at home with her. Isn't this better? Asna smiled while sipping Coke from a large can. It makes me look bad to miss watching the fight live next to my teammates. Felix grumbled while eating popcorn. Teammates, yeah right. Asna huffed in annoyance after being reminded of Selfie. You are adorable when you are jealous. Felix chuckled, I should do this oft, ah. Before Felix could finish his sentence, Asna elbowed him in his crotch while giving him a death stare, I dare you. I was just kidding, Felix spoke while holding his crotch in agony. You better be. Asna humphed and turned to watching the stream. Now that he knew that Asna had no qualms assaulting his jewels, Felix decided to keep his mouth shut about matters related to Selfie or any other girl. Asna was still as violent as ever when it came to girls. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to semi-finals. Michael appeared in the middle of the arena while wearing his usual flamboyant suit. Sheriff's team and Dune's team could be seen standing on opposite sides of the arena, waiting patiently for the fight to begin. Thankfully for them, Michael kept his introduction short and kicked off the fight after the map had been chosen. A desert-based map. Felix said, it's quite balanced for both teams. The map was just a vast golden desert that stretched to the horizons. Not a single tree was in sight, making the viewers understand that the only place to hide was under the desert. Yet, when the fight started, no one bothered to dig underground. The dragons took off in the air while the space worms entered self-created spatial pocket. As long as they were hiding within it, dragons wouldn't be able to touch them at all. As planned, we will take down Red Mercy first. Star Follower with a stern tone, he is their weakest link after his screw-up in the quarterfinals. Chapter 829, Red Mercy at LT again. Indeed, his wounded pride will never let him live in peace. Voiceless snickered, he will pressure himself to prove his worth again before all. This will result in him making many mistakes. We just need to play it safe and take advantage of those mistakes. Truth Hunter supported. The space worms knew exactly what they were talking about. They had fought against a few dragons in their past games within the platform, making them understand that none of them could accept being humiliated. They were certain that Red Mercy would be making moves to kill them alone without informing his teammates. As they expected, Red Mercy's thought process was wholly different from what he strategized with his teammates. If I find them first, I must kill them before the battle noise attract those two F***ers. Red Mercy thought inwardly with a frigid expression. His team had decided to split up to cover more grounds during their search for the space worms. Though, they made sure that no one should engage when they locate them but ping off their location as fast as possible. When it came to survival, it was close to impossible to kill a dragon who was fully focused on defending. Meanwhile, the space worms didn't intend to hide forever in their spatial pocket until they see someone around them. They might be fearful of their lives due to their trash physical and mental defenses, but they weren't that passive in their fights. They also decided to split and seek to locate Red Mercy. Because they were jumping through spatial pockets, they were free of worry. Both teams are sweeping the entire map for each other. Michael commentated while displaying 6 screens. Red Mercy will clash soon with Star Follower, while Summer Spirit will meet with Truth Hunter. This will be interesting. As he said, it didn't even a few seconds before Star Follower had spotted Red Mercy's monstrous figure flying in his direction. Because space worms looked through their antennas by drawing surfaces with spatial waves, he managed to identify Red Mercy even when he appeared as small as a pebble from a distance. Found him, boys. Star Follower notified while jumping back in his spatial pocket. It didn't take his teammates even a split second to join him after receiving his message. They simply opened 2 wormholes connecting to Star Follower position and traveled through it. Wormholes were simply too overpowered for long-distance travel. Let's begin before they decide to regroup. Voiceless said. The other 2 nodded and waited until Red Mercy got a bit closer. The moment he neared the range for their external space manipulation, they all jumped back to the real world and surrounded Red Mercy from 3 directions. Space distortion. Before Red Mercy could react to their sudden triangle formation, his expression got twisted after sensing that the surrounding space was being distorted forcefully. It appeared wavy like it was a mirage made from heat, but it was merely space getting wrapped. Red Mercy is in a pickle again. Michael yelled with a delighted look. A pickle was downplaying Red Mercy's situation by a lot. Felix and the rest of the viewers knew that Red Mercy had landed himself in a death trap. Crack! 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 Even with his abnormal defensive scales, the viewers could still hear his bones and joints snapping against his own will. How could he defend himself against an attack directed at space itself? F***ck. I will get killed like this. Red Mercy knew that he wasn't far off from having his brain blown out if he didn't counterattack. Instead of focusing on resisting space distortions, he channeled all of his focus on his flame manipulation. Then, he shouted furiously, Hellfire burst! Abruptly, his scales opened up widely and released magnificent burst of hellish crimson flames. The flame burst spread out rapidly in every direction akin to an explosion. The space distortion affected the flames, making them appear wavy, but nothing else. They still traveled towards the 3 space worms, burning their skin even when the flames were tens of meters away from them. Pull back! Truth Hunter yelled out as he jumped within a spatial crack instantly. The other 2 were forced to retreat too with fearful expressions, knowing that a single touch by those flames, and they would turn into ashes. Unfortunately, after they retreated within their spatial pockets, Red Mercy was released from the space distortion. His bones were cracked, and his wings were damaged pretty badly, making it hard for him to sustain his flight without wincing in pain. Yet, at least he escaped from the death trap. Knowing that he could be put in another one easily, he kept releasing his flames around him, covering more than 700 meters. This range was too big for the space worm's external manipulation, making them understand that they could only rely on their internal manipulation. "He is wounded badly, fire spatial blades at him," Voiceless shouted while jumping outside his spatial pocket. Without further ado, the other two took positions, creating a triangle formation around Red Mercy again. Then, they opened their mouths widely and released invisible blades at him. They might be invisible, but the viewers couldn't help but suck a deep breath at the sight of the space being slashed continuously. Yet, instead of leaving permanent damage in the spatial structure of the area, the space recovered almost instantly after the blades traveled past it. When Red Mercy saw his flames being split by those blades, he knew that if they landed on him, he would lose more than a limb. Flames jets. Instead of trying to block them, his feet and wings began releasing a massive amount of condensed blue flames, pushing him into the sky without requiring a single flap. Tisk, he actually decided to escape. Michael clicked his tongue. He wanted Red Mercy to keep fighting and hopefully end up dying under the hands of those space worms. He was still not over the quarter-finals. "Red Mercy, are you the one fighting?" Summer Spirit yelled loudly. "Stop being such a d**head and wait for our arrival." Nethercutter cursed. They weren't deaf. The hellfire burst was loud enough it crossed many kilometers, making them suspect that it was Red Mercy's doing. After all, most of the space worms' attacks were silent. Red Mercy ignored their messages and hardened his expression. He is returning." Michael raised an eyebrow in confusion after seeing Red Mercy circling back to the battle location. Pride is really a curse. Felix shook his head in disapproval at Red Mercy's idiotic decision. In his eyes, he should have retreated and waited until his bones heal back. Then, regroup with his teammates and wait for the space worms to resurface again. Yet, he was doing the total opposite. Felix understood that Red Mercy was trying to kill the space worms before his allies' arrival. "He is coming back, what do we do?" Star Follower asked. "We can't retreat," Voiceless said. "The moment the other two arrives, they will never leave his side again and force him to be a team player. It will be 10 times harder to kill them then." "I agree, he must die now." Truth Hunter nodded. Upon making their decision, they focused on Red Mercy and started firing off more spatial blades at him. Red Mercy kept evading them easily due to his elemental thrusters, boosting his speed immensely. Instead of continuing to approach them, Red Mercy began circulating hundreds of meters above them, focusing mostly on evading their attacks. While he was doing so, a small dark red orb was being created in his throat carefully. Because he was doing it so slow, no one noticed him. The indication of dragon breath being created was the scales on a dragon's neck start expelling some light. But in this case, it was as dark as the night, making the space worms continue assaulting him from a distance, not realizing that he was preparing his killer move. "I think he is buying time for his allies," Michael commentated with a surprised look. "Red Mercy actually used his brain instead of his guts in a battle? It's a miracle." The viewers thought the same since they had expected that Red Mercy would charge at the space worms immediately. When the space worms figured that Red Mercy had no plans to attack them, they started to consider retreating for real. After all, they couldn't kill him with their external manipulation since his flame range far surpasses theirs. This meant, they would get toasted if they dared to use it. As for their internal manipulation, they could at most use those ranged blades and hope that one land on him. The rest of their abilities required their enemy to be in their manipulation range. After all, they were space elementalists, and they needed their enemies to be on their space to affect them. If it were any other race, they would have a much easier time playing with them to death. Alas, dragons were a different breed. "It's time. Chapter 830, The Bet and the Finals. After realizing that his flame orb had been completed, Red Mercy expelled a massive torrent of flames around him, hiding him thoroughly. Then, he turned towards the space worms and flew at them akin to a flaming phoenix. Chance! Kill him! Go all out! Starfollower and the other two dropped all notion of retreating and reinforced their assaults. Phew phew! Phew! Spatial blades kept flying past Red Mercy by a hair strand, making the viewers held their breath in amazement at his maneuverability. Alas, their amazement died quite fast. The moment Red Mercy crossed the 1800 meters line, he started to find it harder and harder to evade all blades simultaneously. This resulted in having half of his right wing completely sliced apart without an ounce of resistance. No matter how strong his defenses, slicing space would result in anyone suffering the same consequences. Hudush! Slice! Because of his damaged wing, Red Mercy lost his balance. This made him lose his left leg due to another passing spatial blade. Yet, Red Mercy refused to stop charging towards the space worms. He toughened through the pain and opened his jaw wide open, then he released a surge of crimson flames at Starfollower. Keep it it! Starfollower shouted telepathically while teleporting next to Voiceless. He didn't know whether that was Red Mercy's last-ditch attempt or something else. Whatever it was, he wasn't stopping when they were so close to slaying him. Unbeknownst to everyone, within the torrent of flames, a small flame orb was spinning rapidly while absorbing the surrounding flames. When Red Mercy saw that it had gotten as bright as the sun, he didn't hesitate to make a sharp turn and push his flame thrusters to the limit. Whoosh! He flew akin to a rocket towards east, not bothering to even glance behind him. What th? Boom! Before Starfollower could react to Red Mercy's abrupt escape, the hidden flame orb finally reached its absorption limit and went off automatically. Starfollower, Voiceless, and Truth Hunter weren't given even a split second to commence teleportation before they got eradicated out of existence. The explosion didn't even touch them, they died by mere heat, not able to resist it. Thud! 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 Meanwhile, Red Mercy was forced into falling to the ground by the explosion shockwave. He tried to pull away from it, but it was far too big to avoid it. After the dust settled, Red Mercy could be seen being half buried within a dune. Felix and the viewers could only stare at him with widened eyes, too stunned by the explosion to react properly. No one had expected such an outcome. He really did them dirty. Asna commentated causally while sipping coke. I really didn't expect him to use a tactic. Pleased, Felix gave a slight head nod at Red Mercy's unmoving body. Just like everyone else, he was fooled by Red Mercy into believing that he was simply winging it to recover his pride. He had already established that he was too lazy to use his brain when he could blow everything with his nukes. But, they never expected that he would be creating a flame orb sneakily and then fire it by hiding it within a flame breath. How could the space worms see through his strategy when they were confident that he was a muscle head? Dunes team out. Red Mercy really clutched it by a fine strategy. Michael commentated passionately, who would have thought that Red Mercy will use his brain. Although Red Mercy won the fight fair and square, Michael was still taking shots at him, not fearing for his life at all. Your descendants have played good. Sheriff smiled widely as he eyed Lord Dune. They just were rushing too much into slaying him due to Summer Spirit and Nethercutter, they forgot to place their safety as priority. It happens. Lord Dune replied calmly, not caring that his team had been eliminated by a single dragon. Unlike some primogenitors, he was merely here to take a breather. He didn't give a shit if he won a game or lost. That's why he never had any champions in the platform. He merely picked a couple known descendants who already climbed on their own and gave them the opportunity to represent him in the event, nothing more, nothing less. Congratulations to Sheriff's team for qualifying to the finals. Michael applauded as he watched Summer Spirit and Nethercutter cursing Red Mercy in the arena. If you pull the same shit in the finals, we will request Lord Sheriff to replace you in the 5 vs 5 game. They didn't give a damn that Red Mercy had helped them qualify to the finals without lifting a finger. It made them look bad since he had taken care of 2 fights now alone. If he repeated the same soloing crap in the finals, they would honestly feel too ashamed to even accept the reward. Whatever. Red Mercy thoroughly ignored their curses and insults. He simply smirked faintly and teleported outside the arena. Now that he had recovered his pride, his fury had been settled and became more chill. Should we beseech the Lord to replace him anyway? Summer Spirit suggested with a irritated expression. If it were up to them, they would have kicked him out after his first F***ck up in the quarter-finals. He wouldn't even continue this tournament, don't even mention the last game in the event. No, you know how he is. Nethercutter shook his head, he cares only about the results. As long as Red Mercy is winning the fights, he won't bother himself with other matters. Let's just hope the F***er get his head straight in the finals. Summer Spirit sighed, we can't get careless against the Dragon Slayer. True, his methods are getting scarier and scarier. Nethercutter shivered a little after being reminded of Felix's latest new strategy. They knew that his Crescent Battleaxe was going to be a pain in the ass to deal with when Felix could simply use it as a teleportation medium to bring his void domain to them. Our teams have reached the finals. Lady Sphinx spoke telepathically with Lord Osiris, are you getting nervous? Your team seems to have internal issues. No, Lord Osiris replied, issues or not, Sheriff will not allow them to ruin his win with their drama. Before the first fight in the tournament ended, Lord Osiris had contacted Lady Sphinx and informed her of his choice. He had placed his wager on Sheriff's team since they had the highest chance to win the tournament. From the fact that Red Mercy won 2 fights alone, his reasoning was in place. We will see about that. Lady Sphinx smiled. Lady Sphinx might be showing a confident outlook, but she was a bit nervous from within. After all, it was 20 monoliths that would be lost if Felix screwed up in the finals. That's why she had yet to tell him about the bet. She knew that he was already pressured enough to win the tournament to secure a favor from a primogenitor. She would worsen it if she informed him of her massive bet on him. Right now, Felix wasn't thinking about anything related to the tournament. He was simply chilling with Nemo and Asna, trying to ease his mental exhaustion as much as possible. 2 days might not be enough to achieve so, but it was much better than getting nothing. 2 days later, Felix, Rotspawn, and Weber had been summoned back to the arena under the cheers of the spectators. Now that only Felix's team and Sheriff's team remained, naturally everyone started cheering for them. As much as they hated Felix's cheesy and dreadful tactics, they abhorred seeing dragons win even more. Unexpectedly, even the dragons in the stands were roaring for Felix, cheering him to win against their own team. Did Red Mercy's actions finally pissed even the dragons, or am I just too handsome today? Felix felt a bit at loose for words at the sight of everyone chanting his name. You sure are popular today, Captain. Weber chuckled as he waved his hand, enjoying the cheers too. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Before Felix could replay, Red Mercy, Nethercutter, and Summer Spirit had appeared next to them after 3 flashes of light. When they heard that everyone was cheering for their opponents, even the dragons, they frowned in displeasure. But, they remained quiet and turned to look at Felix. We finally meet, landlord. Red Mercy smiled, I have been dying to fight you since the day you slayed Exodial. Is that so? Felix scratched his chin, but, are you ready to take me? Based on your previous performances, you seem quite agitated. Oh ho ho. Red Mercy narrowed his eyes dangerously as he smiled coldly, my head wasn't in its right place at those fights. But don't worry, you will be seeing the real me soon. Is that so? Felix gave an easygoing smile and said, you will be seeing the real me too. Chapter 831, Heavy Disadvantage. Is he boasting? Red Mercy knitted his eyebrows, he has already shown everything he has in those previous fights. Is he hiding more? In everyone's eyes, Felix must have truly exhausted every possible combination of his void abilities to defeat dragons. Ambush from within an explosion by relying on void rifts? Check. Teleporting with void domain by using crescent battle axe? Check. Long-range void beams from either real world or void realm? Check. All of those strategies were now being accounted for, making it impossible for Red Mercy and the other two to fall under them. As for poison and lightning, they weren't too worried about them. He must be boasting. Red Mercy shook his head and focused on the map wheel before them. In a few moments, Michael stopped it and read what was picked out loud: semi-ruined planet by the Void Invasion. Will you look at that? Everyone gave Felix a weird look, making his eyelids twitch in vexation. He knew that as long as he was associated with Void Realm and Void creatures, he would always get seen weirdly every time the Void Invasion was brought up. After all, he was the only one in the entire universe capable of saving planets from the Void Invasion. Yet, he was here instead of being the hero that everyone needed. Hero my ass! I have no time to be the universe cleaner. Disinterested, Felix ignored everyone's looks and focused on the map, wanting to see if he could use the environment to his advantage. Nothing much can be used. Soon, he gave up on this thought. The land was black like it was razed to the ground by several fires break out over the years. Not a single tree or a drop of water was in sight, just this cracked shriveled land under a gloomy grey clouds, making it resemble the land of the dead. There were many vast chasms that were staring directly at the abyss, making Felix understand that the earth was far too fragile. Will this be a problem to you? Felix inquired. Major problem. Rotspawn replied with a stern tone. It will be bad for us. Weber clarified, we're already going to struggle against dragons' destructive abilities. Now, we have to do so with dead weakened dirt. Indeed, everything we build using it will be destroyed almost immediately. Rotspawn said. What's worse, we will suffer in the underground too. Weber added, dragons' infrared vision can reach to tens of kilometers, making it hard for us to truly hide from their deduction when we burrow deeply. Usually, we aren't really concerned about being seen by them. Rotspawn continued for him, we know that the earth crust will be able to toughen through even their strongest abilities, making it impossible for them to hit us. But now? Weber shook his head without saying any further. I see. Felix knew that the earth was going to pose some difficulties to his teammates, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. Heavenly Turtle's source of strength was the surrounding earth. If it were crap, they would be forced to start relying on their elemental energy to create earth-based abilities. This would exhaust their energy, but at least it was a valid solution to counter the bad environment. However, the same couldn't be applied to their underground travels, one of their strongest traits. If the crust couldn't protect them from the dragon's nukes, then they would need to either dig deep to avoid dragons' detection or simply remain on the surface. After all, they were unable to see anything while underground. If dragons launched their flame orbs above them, they would have no idea about it until it exploded. Although their shells were able to resist the explosion, the same couldn't be applied to their limbs and head. If they didn't pull them in time, they would end up crippled in the same manner as Red Mercy when he got caught in his own explosion. Just stick to your roles in our original plan. Felix appeased them, we will be fine. I hope so. I still have doubts about it. Weber complained, it looks too dangerous for you. I have already told you that I will be fine. Felix smiled, I have many ways to escape to safety. Sigh, as you wish. The moment their discussion was concluded, Michael teleported both teams to their battlefield. Immediately after Felix touched the ground, his feet sunk a bit, like he was stepping on sand. I see what you were talking about now. Felix frowned as he picked a handful of dirt. With a bit of pressure from his fingers and the dirt got turned into fine dust. It looks like Aspidicallone's team have been placed in a disadvantage at the very start. Michael commentated as he watched Weber and Rotspawn's clear dissatisfaction with the earth. Doesn't that mean the heavenly dragons will be utterly useless in this fight? Don't tell me this will be just Landlord against 3 dragons. He will get slaughtered. The viewer's heart agreed with his conclusion and began contemplating on ways for the heavenly turtles to be more useful in this fight. They knew that Felix had the necessary power to kill dragons, but he would need support against 3 of them, especially when his trump cards were fully exposed now. Don't mind it too much. Felix dusted his hands and jumped above Weber's head. Let's begin our dragon hunt. Upon hearing so, Weber retracted his head and began digging through the ground in a jiffy. Because it was as soft as a tofu, it kept collapsing on his back. Weber ignored this and continued digging underground until he crossed past 10 kilometers. Only then did the ground started to get a bit tougher. Should we get even lower? Rotspawn asked. Maybe a few more kilometers, just to be certain. Felix said. Okay. Weber and Rotspawn continued digging deeper and deeper until they crossed the targeted depth. Then, they began burrowing in a straight line, heading north. Felix believed that this depth was enough to help them avoid detection from the dragons. After all, they would not be searching for them while walking on the ground. As expected, Red Mercy and the other 2 were picked up by the camera, flying a few kilometers above ground in a triangle formation. Just like Felix was relying on the ground for cover, they were flying above the gloomy clouds while scanning beneath them. Anything yet? No. Don't forget to keep an eye out around you. Nethercutter warned while looking at Red Mercy specifically. We can expect to be attacked by Landlord at any given moment. I know. Red Mercy frowned, but he didn't say anything else. He didn't like being patronized like this, but he could only swallow his disgruntlement and listen to Nethercutter's orders. Sheriff had made sure to visit them in the past 2 days to get their internal issues settled. Lord Osiris was right in his prediction. There was no way Sheriff would risk losing an entire pool of rewards when there were 3 more primogenitors betting on his team. If it was just him losing, he wouldn't care that much, but he didn't want his peers to lose out due to his team's internal issues and not because of their opponents simply being better. Now, Red Mercy could only oblige to every order if he wanted to avoid experiencing Sheriff's wrath. Sometime later, the viewers held their breaths in anticipation as they watched the 2 teams getting close to each other. The map was vast all right, but it was easy to locate the other team if you knew where they would be heading. In this case, Felix understood that the dragons would head straight to the center of the map before the other areas. We are near the center, I will be going all out with my vision. Felix informed his teammates while pushing his infrared vision to the limit. His mental energy was being consumed rapidly, but his vision's range continued to increase as well. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers. The instant his vision crossed past 30 kilometers, 3 giant bright red auras emerged in his line of sight. Got them! Felix shared with his teammates while shutting his eyes instantly. There was no point in wasting his mental energy even further after locating them. Shall we begin now? Weber said nervously. As planned, I will come out first. Felix informed, you guys can resurface and kick off our strategy after a few seconds. Understood. Rotspawn nodded. Without further ado, Felix jumped into the Void Realm without his symbiote suit, not caring that his little junior would get highlighted too in public. His shame had died a while ago after his clothes kept getting ruined within the Void Realm. Finally, some action. Michael shouted excitedly, what is Landlord planning on doing? The viewers had the same question as they observed Felix teleporting a few kilometers in front of the dragons, intercepting their path. When they were dangerously close to him, Felix opened a void rift and fired a thin pencil-like void beam at Nethercutter. Alas, the space fluctuation of the void rift had alerted the dragons, making them prepared for anything thrown at them. This resulted in Nethercutter evading the void beam effortlessly. And it failed. Michael shook his head, it's hard to ambush them when they are being extremely vigilant against Landlord's void abilities. Chapter 832, Preparing for the Future. Dragon's Lair. Don't dream about touching us while inside the void realm. We are on to you. Summer Spirit yelled while starting to fly rapidly in a circular path. The other two copied his movement, making them resemble vultures circling a corpse. They sure learn fast. Felix chuckled. He knew that they were doing this to avoid getting killed by his small void rifts. Unfortunately for them, Felix had no intention of doing so. He blinked a dozen times around them and created several small void rifts a bit further from them. Then, he started bombarding them with void seekers from multiple void rifts by going at his fastest speed within the void realm. Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh! Red Mercy and the other two started matching the void seekers with their own giant fireballs, destroying them before they could reach them. Just like void creatures, Felix's void abilities were destructible if they were overwhelmed with elemental energy. Though, only his void seekers and thin void beams were under such a threat. While Felix was keeping them busy, Weber and Rotspawn were digging upward without being detected. They knew that attracting the attention of those dragons would result in them getting bombarded with nukes. They wanted to avoid getting hit by them before they reach the surface. Thankfully, Felix's pressuring void abilities made it hard for Red Mercy and the others to bother with other matters. Right now, they were being assaulted with void seekers, but no one assured them that Felix wouldn't swap to his void beams. Landlord's backup is here. Michael commentated while focusing the camera on Weber and Rotspawn. They had just reached the surface and were met with the sight of Felix pressuring 3 dragons at once. Let's start fast. Rotspawn rushed Weber, knowing that Felix would not be able to keep up at the same pace without burning himself out again. So, he opened his jaws widely and aimed at the chaotic battle location above them. Then he created a dozen of solid brown giant boulders with his own elemental energy and began launching them in the air one by one. Weber did the same thing without an ounce of hesitation. It's time. The instant Felix spotted the boulders, he dropped his assault and teleported above one of them while wearing his poisonous misty suit. Then, he put on his symbiote suit and beamed his crescent battle axe. When the dragons noticed the boulder's barrage and Felix's infrared body on one of them, they reacted quickly and moved out of the way reflexively. Why are we running away? Red Mercy soon frowned in displeasure. He realized that Felix's void abilities had started to put a dent on their absolute confidence in their strength. They used to never retreat unless their lives were hanging by a thread. Now, they were running away from a bunch of boulders and one player? He is literally heading towards us alone. Nethercutter yelled, just roast him alive. The 3 dragons got into their positions and widened their jaws to the limit. Then, they breathed a torrent of scorching flames at him. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix jumped from his boulder high above, evading their breath of fire narrowly. Alas, the boulders near him ended up turning into melting magma before splitting into many fragments. While falling midair, Felix extended his palm towards another untouched boulder at the back and discharged a thick arc of electricity. The moment it touched the boulder, Felix pulled himself towards it, helping him get some footing in the air. What a fine evade by Landlord! Michael shouted, not expecting that Felix had reached such a high level in his internal lightning manipulation. Felix was capable of using electrical pull ability after understanding the secret involved in creating it. It wouldn't have been possible without learning electromagnetism. Lasers this time! Red Mercy yelled telepathically as he watched Felix swinging from a flying boulder to another akin to a spider with his electrical pull ability. Weber and Rotspawn made it possible by hurling boulders non-stop in his direction, giving him always a solid footing even in the air. Nethercutter and Summer Spirit went with his idea and started to condense a beam of fire in their mouths. When they saw that Felix had started to gain ground on them, they immediately fired those laser beams simultaneously. Felix already saw them preparing it, making him swing to another boulder the instant they were fired. Boom boom boom! Although he dodged them, the dragons didn't stop their salvo at all. They continued launching laser beams continuously, making them resemble plasma cannons. The boulders kept being blown out into oblivion just to get replaced by 10 more. As long as the boulders kept coming, Felix was as untouchable as a monkey in a forest. Sure, he was being forced to fall back most of the time, but he was always edging closer and closer to them. I know that Landlord is doing so because he can't use wings inside the dragon's flames field, but why bother going so far to get close to them? Barbie Claw inquired in confusion. Indeed, isn't it better to do so from within the Void Realm? Nina wondered too. Just like everyone else, they were in the dark about Felix's strategy with his teammates. Based on what they were observing, it appeared like Felix was simply wasting his efforts on something that could be achieved easily with his void abilities. Unbeknownst to them, Felix intended to reduce his heavy reliance on void abilities in this battle, knowing that he would lose them eventually. He felt that it would be 100 times better to get used to his new fighting style in a real setting. It was much better this way since he could always rely on his void abilities to escape back to safety when he screwed up big time. The same couldn't be said when he loses them, and end up fighting radiant dragons. It was a given that he would be burnt to toast due to a single mistake. *CK, he is too slippery. Red Mercy cursed as he suggested, how about we drop a couple of orbs on those turtles below? No. If they stopped helping him like this, he will jump back to the Void Realm. Nethcutter denied, I don't know why is he fighting us on the outside like this, but we should take advantage of the opportunity and kill him fast. I agree. Summer Spirit nodded. In their eyes, Felix's danger lied in assaulting them within the Void Realm. He was untouched and could be assaulting them with killer moves. The deadliest combination. If he wasn't planning on using this strategy, then they wouldn't push him to go for it. Landlord has crossed past the 500 meters of Red Mercy. Nethercutter exclaimed, how will he resist his flames field? As he mentioned, smoke could be seen starting to raise from the boulder that Felix was standing on. It was turning red and extremely hot, making the viewers unable to imagine how their skin would turn if even a solid boulder was affected this heavily. Yet, Felix looked perfectly fine and unaffected by the heat. The symbiote suit was covering him from head to toe, not exposing a single inch of his skin to the heat. If the symbiote suit was capable of resisting void energy for more than half a minute within the Void Realm, then a flames field was a walk in the park for it. Though, there was a disadvantage. Red Mercy and the other two had found out about it immediately. Chance. He can't swing himself anymore. Red Mercy's eyes brightened up. Since Felix couldn't expose his hands anyone, this signified that it was impossible for him to use his elemental abilities, electrical pull included. Not wasting such a free opportunity, they aimed at Felix again and bombarded him with laser beams, fireballs, fire arrows, and all sorts of destructive abilities. If the scene was in slow motion, the viewers would be awed to see a rain of magnificent-looking flaming abilities showering Felix from most directions. Still, Felix didn't seem fazed at all even though they were unable to see his face. Just his unmoved composure gave them the feeling that he had everything under control. Felix didn't bother glancing at the incoming salvo, he predicted as much after entering Red Mercy's flame field. So, he bent his knees to the limit and propelled himself towards the rain of fire while tightening his grip on his battleaxe. Hoosh! With a single swing, Felix split an incoming fireball into halves and pierced right through it. Before the viewer's eyes could even widen in shock, Felix continued clearing his path towards Nethercutter, by slicing up the fire abilities in his direction. Chapter 833, Not Relying on Void Abilities. The crescent battleaxe wasn't damaged even slightly by the flames even though its body was made out of vines. That's because those vines were taken from the infamous extinct Ishrides plant that was known for having insane resistance to most elements due to its ability to devour anything for substance. Just like a downgraded version of a live symbiote, it was able to grow to an astronomical size. As for the axe two-headed blades, they were made out a mixture of the toughest materials known in the universe. With the addition of Futharks, the crescent battleaxe helped Felix burst through the rain of flames completely unharmed. My turn. Felix snickered while doubling his right arm's size. Then, he hurled the battleaxe towards Nethercutter's right eye with an uncanny accuracy. Whoosh! The battle axe spun rapidly as it weaved through the air and reached Nethercutter's eye instantaneously. OF*CK. Nethercutter could only close his eye reflexively to defend against it. They were so close to each other, it was simply impossible for him to evade it or block it in time. PSSSSHSHSHS. Blood gushed into a fountain as the battle axe pierced through Nethercutter's eye and lodged itself deep within his brain membranes. His eyelids might have been able to block other weapons, but not the crescent battle axe. It was simply too sharp and deadly due to its material and many enhancing futharks. It wasn't called a legendary artifact for no reason. Just like a wild wounded beast, Nethercutter roared thunderously while clawing his face, trying to pull out the battle axe. He wasn't killed straight out, but the agony he was experiencing was too much even for a dragon to handle. Thud. Felix took advantage of Nethercutter's unhinged berserk mode and landed on top of his head. Due to the momentum, he rolled a few times, but Felix regained his balance quickly and held on 2 scales for his dear life. Compared to Nethercutter's humongous size, Felix was as big as 2 scales, making it extremely difficult to spot him if Michael didn't zoom on him. Get it off my brain! Get it off! Nethercutter didn't even notice Felix's landing on his head. He merely kept screaming in pain, making the viewers shiver at the thought of going through the same experience. No one would want to have a needle stuck in their brains, pricking them every time they made a sudden move. Landlord is on top of your head. Kill him now! Red Mercy shouted at Nethercutter telepathically, not caring at all that he was under immense agony. Alas, the only response he received was a booming screech from Nethercutter. He is out of it. We need to do it on our own. Red Mercy rushed his teammate. Breath fire on him! Summer Spirit suggested while circling Nethercutter. He knew that his laser beam and other destructive or penetrative abilities would end up harming Nethercutter. After all, most dragons might be immune to fire, but it didn't mean that they would be able to resist explosions and such. Gotta act fast. When Felix saw that Red Mercy and Summer Spirit's throat were turning crimson red, he knew that his time was about to run out. So, he swiftly began climbing down Nethercutter's head until he was next to his ear. If it wasn't for Nethercutter minimizing his head movement to avoid agitating the battle axe, Felix would have taken much more. Whoosh whoosh! The instant Felix saw the incoming fire breaths, he swiftly slid down Nethercutter's torso, evading the fire that was targeted at Nethercutter's head. He might be wearing symbiote suit, but he didn't want to risk getting it destroyed at the start of the battle. Again! Red Mercy yelled while taking a deep breath. This time, Felix acted much faster and began climbing Nethercutter's torso by holding into the scales. His target was his hidden reversed scale under his chin. Because Nethercutter was completely out of it at the moment, it was fully exposed to Felix. Fire no! Boom boom! Just as Summer Spirit and Red Mercy were about to launch another fire breath, 2 giant spiky boulders smashed them in their torso and wings. Goo Captain! We will hold them back! Weber howled as he kept hurling gigantic spiky boulders at Red Mercy. Meanwhile, Rotspawn was taking care of Summer Spirit, pressuring him to drop his offense on Felix and focus on evading their spiky boulders. SS.XSS. They might not kill them, but they did hurt like a B*TCH when hit directly, making it hard for the dragons to just ignore them. Good shit guys! Keep it up! Felix couldn't help but praise them after looking behind him and seeing that he wasn't targeted anymore. Knowing that they bought him just a few moments, Felix stopped dilly-dallying and hastened his climb. In less than a second, he reached Nethercutter's reversed scale location. As he assumed, it was simply a single red scale that was growing upside down unlike the rest of scales near it. It might seem it was nothing, but Felix knew that the moment he touched it, Nethercutter would go apeshit even more than he already was. Felix wasn't planning on simply touching it. Arm X3. The moment his arm tripled in size, making it resemble heavyweight lifter's arm, Felix tightened his fist and began bashing the reversed scale as hard he could. It was broken apart without an ounce of resistance. Ruhoor! Nethercutter screamed as loud as he could with a twisted expression like his nervous system went on complete overload. He began thrashing all over the air, not bothering to even flap his wings properly. This resulted in him falling towards the ground uncontrollably. He was already going insane due to the battle-axe lodged in his brain. Now that his reversed scale had been penetrated, his mind was completely consumed with pain. It got so bad, he wasn't able to keep his flame field active or bother to use any other ability. To make matters worse, the battle-axe was being agitated continuously due to Nethercutter spinning in the air while falling. It was like a vicious unending circle. The more he reacted to the pain, the worse it got. The instant Felix felt that the air wasn't as pressuring as before, he figured out that the flame field was down. At last, without further ado, Felix exposed his hands in the open, not worrying about having them cooked anymore. Then, he affixed himself with Nethercutter by using electromagnetism, knowing that he could get thrown off at any given moment. As for the other hand, Felix placed it within the breached reversed scale that was showing the insides of Nethercutter's throat for all to see. Then, he murmured softly, "True poison, release." A diabolical dark purplish mist emerged through his palm's pores and started to evaporate due to the internal high heat within Nethercutter's throat. After it turned into smoke, it was still inhaled by Nethercutter and reached his lungs. The moment Felix felt his poison spreading through Nethercutter's bloodstream, he pulled back his palm and propelled himself away. When the viewers saw his sudden retreat, they believed that Felix must have released void seekers within Nethercutter's body. After all, it was the perfect opportunity to slay him. Another successful hunt by Landlord. He didn't even need to use his void domain or void beam to kill him. Dear Lord, he is getting out of hand. I can't wait to see Nethercutter disintegrate. It's my favorite moment to see a dragon get absolutely deleted. Michael and the viewers were beyond thrilled and excited to witness the fall of another dragon at Felix's hands. They all kept their eyes affixed on Nethercutter, believing that he would disappear out of existence before reaching the ground. Alas, they were disappointed, and a bit confused to see Nethercutter smash into the ground without losing a single limb. Nethercutter, are you still alive? Queen, is he still alive? Red Mercy and Summer Spirit were just as confused as the viewers. They just managed to escape from Weber and Rotspawn's never-ending assault, making them miss what Felix did to Nethercutter. However, they were certain that Nethercutter was dead. They knew that Felix wasn't known for dropping the ball. But, the sight of their teammate's unmoving body on the ground made them a bit skeptical if Felix messed up somehow. He is dead. Alas, Queen had to disappoint them. Before those two could ponder if the battle-axe was responsible for his death or something else, Nethercutter's red scales and wings started to turn purple. In a few seconds, the scales began to fall off his skin like they were being peeled by a knife. Then, his exposed skin started to shrivel in a rapid manner under the dumbfounded eyes of the viewers. Before long, Nethercutter's corpse resembled a skinny shriveled lizard instead of a proud dragon. No one knew what to say as they merely kept staring with widened eyes at unsightly appearance of Nethercutter, wondering if they were truly looking at a dragon. Chapter 834, True Poison. What the hell did Landlord do to him? Is that poison? Michael murmured what was on everyone's minds. They knew that Felix was capable of using poison, but they couldn't fathom what kind of poison was capable of killing a dragon instantly like this. They understood that dragons were born with high resistance to poison, making it much harder to kill them quickly with it before their bodies detoxify itself. What's worse, the internal heat within their bodies would evaporate the poison, turning it into thin smoke. Getting poisoned with smoke-based poison was much harder due to the quantity traveling in the bloodstream compared to a liquid state. So, they always believed that Felix wouldn't bother using poison against dragons when he had void energy in his arsenal. He really used poison. What kind of poison is this potent to kill a dragon in less than 2 seconds with just its smoke? Michael couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief after replaying the part when Felix expelled his true poison into Nethercutter's throat. Oh god, if that poison can kill dragons this fast, then aren't we going to die by mere touch? It can't be right? Right? I have never seen a poison elementalist use such a dreadful poison in my life. Have you ever seen a half-serpent play in Champions games or go past diamond rank? Landlord is a different breed compared to the half-serpent race. Wait a second, doesn't this mean that Landlord has managed to slay a dragon without using a single void ability? The viewers in the stand were just as frightened and shocked as Michael. They always underestimated poison, knowing that it was one of the easiest elements to counter. It was affected heavily with resistances and could be dealt with by almost all elements, especially in high-ranked games like those. The fact that the half-serpent race were stuck in diamond rank just emphasized how difficult it was for them to slay Astrians, vampires, werewolves, and other mid-ranged races, using only their poison. As for heavenly turtles and dragons, they couldn't even approach them without having their poisonous abilities evaporated on the spot or smashed by a boulder. That's why they always considered that Felix's weakest element was poison. Now, Felix had just shown everyone that he was capable of slaying a dragon with his supposedly weakest element. Sure, he was using symbiote suit, legendary weapon, and had assistant with 2 heavenly turtles, but this didn't change the fact that a dragon still fell under his hands without using even void blink. If anyone dared to proclaim that Felix was being carried by his void abilities, this would shut them up forever and ever. He actually learned how to use true poison. Lord Quetzalcoatl praised, "It looks like you didn't go easy on him, Brother Hormai. You give him too much credit." Hormungandr smiled faintly, he just learned the downgraded version of true poison. He still had a lot to learn before thoroughly mastering it. True poison might seem like a new term, but Felix had already used it once during the first time he activated poison bombs. At that time, he didn't specify the inducement and had ended up creating a dark purple bomb that exhausted his energy within a moment. That's because the bomb was created with more than 80 inducements merged together. Since it was a bloodline ability at the time, Felix didn't know how exactly it happened, neither did he bother about it. But now that his poison mastery was getting better and better, he was finally seeking new poisons that were much stronger and brutal than corruption inducement. True poison was recommended to him by Hormungandr since it was one of his strongest and most fearsome poisons ever created. Thor was actually killed by it. From the memories of that godly fight, Felix could never forget how Thor ended up dying while being covered entirely in dark purple poison cloud. Although it was just a downgraded version of the real deal, it was more than enough to install terror within the viewers and even the 2 dragons. If he mastered the real deal, he will be able to take down even one of us. Jorgamo chuckled while eyeing the Darkin faction members, wanting to tease them a bit. Tisk, what does she take us for? Even Hormungandr couldn't do shit with his true poison against us, don't even mention that little shit. They ignored her attempt to agitate them and kept watching the ongoing battle. Felix could be seen digging a hole through Nethercutter's skull. Because of true poison, his skull was too fragile to even handle a single rock thrown at it. When he cracked it open, he saw that Nethercutter's brain had been completely dissolved into purplish bubbling liquid. His crescent battleaxe was lying on the puddle without being affected at all. Felix made sure to remove any inducements that were able to influence plant-based and mineral-based materials in his new poison. Without hesitation, Felix jumped inside Nethercutter's head and retrieved his crescent battleaxe. Captain! They are preparing to fire 2 nukes at us. Before Felix could even admire this masterpiece that made everything possible, Weber's agitated warning resounded in his mind. Go all out, Dot! Red Mercy shouted at Summer Spirit while preparing the most terrifying flame orb he could create. He knew that Felix could jump into the Void Realm to avoid the explosions, but he wanted to vent somehow and someway after seeing his own teammate getting slayed before him. Felix swiftly beamed his battleaxe within his AP bracelet and blinked in the air. He stood above a spatial rift and watched the 2 dragons opening their jaws wide open while channeling their flames into one dot. When they finished, they flew rapidly towards him and the other two underneath him. After bridging the distance, Red Mercy and Summer Spirit aimed at Weber and fired their flame orbs simultaneously, knowing that Felix was a lost cause. On the other hand, the two heavenly turtles might shield themselves within their shell, but they weren't going to come out of a direct explosion completely unscathed. Weber and Rotspawn pulled their limbs and heads within their shells and covered themselves with a dome of solid earth, knowing that digging underground wasn't going to help them at all. I told you guys not worry about the flame orbs while I am nearby. Felix shook his head at his teammates' defensive behavior and blinked in front of Red Mercy's flame orb. Then, he opened a void rift in front of it and watched it enter the rift swiftly. Before the dragons and the viewers could react, he blinked to the second flame orb and repeated the process. After sending both flame orbs within the void realm, he closed the rifts and teleported next to Weber and Rotspawn. You can come out, I have dealt with them. Felix disclosed causally, not realizing that his actions had made the entire arena drop dead silent. It can't be. He can do that. Red Mercy and Summer Spirit were left stunned by the sight of their flame orbs peacefully disappearing into another dimension. Not once have they considered that Felix could use his spatial rifts as a shield against their attacks. In reality, Felix always knew that he could completely negate the dragon's flame orbs if he wanted, he simply didn't when he could easily avoid the explosion by jumping into the void realm. But now that he had teammates he needed to protect as well, he was naturally not going to jump to safety and leave them alone against those nukes when he could get rid of them effortlessly. Don't bother wasting your energy on flame orbs. Felix advised the dragons from afar causally, I will always teleport them to the void realm, no matter which way you launched them. So, how about we continue with our battle normally? You don't use flame orbs, I won't use offensive void abilities. Felix suggested while caressing his battleaxe gently. The viewers woke up from their daze at the sound of that, feeling somewhat floored to hear a human advise dragons to not use their most fearsome ability. However, when they recalled what happened to the previous two flame orbs, they knew that he wasn't boasting around. What the f***ck am I watching? How can someone counter dragons this f***ing hard? Oh dear, dragons will never be seen the same after this battle. They are really lucky that the game isn't spectated by trillions of viewers. For the first time ever, the viewers actually started to sympathize with the dragons. They felt like Felix was simply bullying them excessively much. He killed Nethercutter without using his void abilities, letting them know that he was capable of slaying them whichever way possible. Now, he was boldly putting himself in a disadvantageous position against them, making it seem like the dragons were the actual underdogs in this game. Chapter 835, Speculating on the next bloodline. If we agreed, this will make us look bad. Red Mercy frowned, not liking the situation one bit. Yet, he still understood that the offer was going to benefit them more than Felix. We have to agree. Summer Spirit said, he already demonstrated that he can negate our flame orbs completely. We will be just wasting our elemental energy firing them inside the void realm. On the other hand, he won't be using his offensive void abilities. Summer Spirit added, I will rather fight him while using his battleaxe than deal with his void domain or beams. I know, but it will leave a bad taste in my mouth. Red Mercy replied with a displeased expression, we are dragons, we can't be accepting offers like those. Our reputation will be damaged. Don't forget that we are dealing with the Dragon Slayer. Summer Spirit criticized, don't compare him with the others. He is considered as our peer the moment he earned the title, so it's not shameful at all to accept his deal. Indeed. Red Mercy regained some clarity at last and supported Summer Spirit's intake on the matter. Felix was already on his third dragon kill. This number was hard to achieve even for dragons since they were immune to each other's flames. So, Felix asked again, how would you like to continue this battle? We agree to your proposal. Summer Spirit answered telepathically for the both of them. Do you want it in written form? Felix inquired if they desired a contract to make sure no foul play would occur. We trust that the Dragon Slayer will not break his word. Red Mercy replied. Likewise. Felix smiled faintly. He understood that the dragons could not break their words unless they were ready to give up on their pride as dragons. We know that was a mere wishful thinking. Meanwhile, even though Felix was a human, the dragons trusted that he wouldn't use offensive void abilities. Not because they knew about his character or such. But simply, they knew that Felix would be losing his reputation and respect as the Dragon Slayer the moment he broke his word against them. Losing the title meant that he would be banned from entering Icarius Galaxy and enjoying the rest of the benefits. The moment the deal was settled, Red Mercy and Summer Spirit turned around and flew into the distance. Felix wasn't surprised. He knew that they were trying to regroup their thoughts and come up with a strategy to deal with his poison and battle axe. You have yet to see everything from my baby. Felix smirked faintly as he placed his battle axe on top of his shoulder. He had yet to even use his 2 remaining active futharks. He knew that everyone was ignorant about their effects since Michael hadn't introduced all futharks during his demonstration. It looks like the battle will commence after a short break from both sides. Michael wiped his sweaty forehead as he thought, thank God for that, so many things happened so fast, I couldn't even commentate for shit. Without further ado, Michael replayed the battle and started giving off his own analysis on each interesting move made by Felix or the dragons. Although he went into detail about many things, he still hadn't found out the true reason why Felix decided to give up on his void abilities and wing it with his poison, lightning, and battle axe akin to a warrior. The fact that he was still pushing on doing so even to the point he made a deal with dragons made it even more confusing. If it was to prove that he could slay dragons without his void abilities, he already achieved it when he took down Nethercutter. In the end, he settled with the second most obvious conclusion. Landlord intends to replace his bloodline soon, and he wanted to test himself for real against dragons. Michael deducted, humans' bloodline system is wonderful all right, but they always need to keep replacing their bloodlines if they wanted to reach the peak in their own system. Though, Landlord's system differs immensely from the rest since he is using ancestral bloodlines. When the viewers heard so, they couldn't help but show an envious expression. XSS. As champions, they either were told about Felix's bloodline's true origin by the ancestors or figured out on their own. It wasn't that hard when Felix used the bloodlines of his own masters that he represent in the games. Although they knew the truth, they could not expose it in the open since it was related to the primogenitors. They were banned from mentioning anything related to the primogenitors, games, champions, or such to the public. They would rather not risk pissing off their own ancestors when they would gain absolutely nothing from exposing Felix in the network. In all honesty, Felix didn't even give a shit anymore if he was exposed or not. He was already at the top of his own galaxy to bother about opinions from other humans. The only reason he was still keeping the facade was because it was 100 times easier to use his organization as shield than explain his secrets. I wonder what bloodline you guys intend to get him next. Siren titled her head in intrigue, is he going to use a favor in this game to request a bloodline from one of us? Who knows? Thor coughed sheepishly, not wanting to expose Felix's target in this event. I request that everyone reject his favor if it was related to our bloodlines. Saurus criticized, it is preposterous to even use a favor from this event to request our bloodlines. Indeed, if it is simply a few abilities that he will inherit, I don't care. Wendigo supported, but, he will also inherit our strongest and best ability, we all know how much pain and struggle we had to go through for us to create them. Don't get me wrong, I like the kid. Erebus soon shook his head, but, there is no way I am giving him my bloodline when he can inherit my Shadow Realm creation ability. I spent more than 500 million of years to finalize it. I am not ready to hand it down on a silver plate because he won a fight. Likewise. Sheriff snorted in annoyance, I am still displeased that he managed to get his hands on Lord Cow's void domain without needing to even lift a finger. True, I don't know what deal you made to convince Lord Cow's into handing his own bloodline, but a favor from this event won't cut it. Lord Quetzalcoatl added his own verdict too. I am willing to give him my bloodline if he promised not to etch my peak ability permanently. Kumiho proposed with a charming smile, I am quite fond of that cutie to offer this much. The rest of the primogenitors agreed with her proposal and added their own interest to accept such a favor from Felix. As long as he didn't get their strongest ability permanently, they wouldn't mind sharing their bloodline with him. No one could really blame them for acting like this. They weren't Felix's masters or close friends to entertain the thought of sharing with him their most precious ability. Hormungandr was already dead, making him unbothered by Felix inheriting his ability. Lady Sphinx was pissed when she learned that Felix had unlocked her truth eyes. She only allowed him to keep it permanently after she was satisfied with him and considered him as her student. They were lucky that Lord Kaos cared about Nimmo and the Paragon of Sins too much to bother about Felix inheriting his void domain. In other words, unless Felix and his masters could offer something of equivalent value to those primogenitors, they could forget about getting their bloodlines. Are you guys done? Lady Sphinx eyed them calmly and said, we are not interested in your bloodlines whatsoever. So, just put it to rest and watch the game. We will see about that. Saurus snickered and stopped mentioning this subject again. If Felix had heard their discussion, he would have been laughing his ass off. There was no way he was going to use bloodline of another alive primogenitor unless it was truly worth it. He knew that he could not give up on another perfect elemental manipulation since it would affect his growth terribly. He already made up his mind to use one of the dead primogenitor's bloodlines, especially from the ones closest to his masters to be certain that he would get their elemental manipulation. Right now, his mind was void of such unnecessary thoughts. He was focusing on locating Red Mercy and Summer Spirit while within the Void Realm to be always one step ahead of them. While he was searching for them, Red Mercy and Summer Spirit were flying close to the edge of the troposphere while in a heated discussion. Now that we are certain about offensive void abilities being out of the picture, we don't need to place too much focus on them. Red Mercy informed. Chapter 836, The Dragon's Retaliation. Still, he can use his other void abilities to escape to safety when things get rough for him. Summer Spirit frowned. That's why we need a plan that will ensure his death before he could blink away or enter the Void Realm. Red Mercy added, it will be easy to achieve since he is clearly planning on fighting us with his axe again. During the first fight, they were always worrying about Felix's void abilities to bother consider that he would be relying on his battle axe only. This made it hard for Nethercutter to evade the thrown battle axe. The moment it entered his brain, his fate was sealed. As long as we keep our eye on his battle axe, he won't have any other method of harming us. Summer Spirit nodded. Without the legendary weapon or void abilities, Felix's other abilities were absolutely useless against dragons. His poison was terrifying all right, but it needed to gain access to their bloodstream. As for his lightning, dragons' reflective scales made it impossible to get shocked by electricity or paralyzed. Now that Felix had exposed his new fighting style, they weren't going to allow themselves to get hit by his battle axe. If it happened, they would make sure that it would land on a non-vital area. Do you think his battle axe is capable of piercing through our scales? Summer Spirit wondered. Most likely. Red Mercy nodded. Emperor Lockle made it personally in mind to cleave anything in its path. If it wasn't going to cut through our scales, he wouldn't have exposed it in the open. Although they were proud of their defensive scales, they knew that they weren't completely immune to everything. Though, we don't have to worry too much, I doubt it will be able to cause serious damage even if it penetrated our scales. Red Mercy snickered, the moment he throws it and get it stuck on us, it will be a game over for him. So, what you are saying is that we need to bait him into throwing it at us? Summer Spirit inquired. Why not? Red Mercy assured, if we give him a calculated opening, he will be forced to hurl it at us. We can then block it with our scales. When you put it in this way, I believe it will work. Summer Spirit agreed. None of them seemed to be worried about Felix lacing the battle axe with poison. They knew that the poison would evaporate in the air instantly due to their flame field. It was a whole different experience to expel poisonous smoke through Nethercutter's throat and lace the battleaxe on the outside. First, we have to split them apart and make it hard for Landlord to find a footing in the air. Red Mercy volunteered, I will be dealing with Landlord, you take care of the turtles. All right. After the plan was established, they stopped discussing the matter and began actively searching for Felix and the other two. It is time for round 2. Michael commentated excitedly after seeing the dragons becoming active in their hunt. Meanwhile, Felix was already familiar with their location as he was following them from the Void Realm for a while now. When he saw that they were searching for them, he swiftly returned to his teammates and started guiding them to the general location of the dragons. After a short while, they met near the center of the map yet again. This time, Felix didn't enter the Void Realm but accompanied the two turtles as they dug upward. Since the dragons weren't going to be using flame orbs, there was no need to distract them until his teammates resurface. I see them. Red Mercy said after spotting 2 infrared auras rushing extremely fast towards the surface. Wait until they get a bit closer and rain hellfire on them. Summer Spirit said while diving downward, trying to bridge the distance a little. When they saw that Weber and Rotspawn were merely half a kilometer away from the surface, they started creating giant fireballs and launching them rapidly with their wings. Whoosh whoosh! With each flap, tens of giant fireballs get propelled at an insane speed towards their exit location. Move to the left. Felix ordered calmly while staring at incoming giant infrared fireballs. Weber and Rotspawn might not see them, but with Felix's help, they easily evaded the barrage that destroyed the ground into oblivion. Landlord must be hidden in one of their shells. Red Mercy deducted after seeing their timely escape. Should we carry on? Summer Spirit asked while watching the two turtles continue digging upward from another location. Will serve no point. Red Mercy shook his head, as long as Landlord is with them, we can't touch them with our fire abilities. Fine, then let's prepare to receive him. Summer Spirit smiled coldly. The two dragons dropped their assault and kept waiting for the turtles to resurface. A moment later, Weber and Rotspawn jumped from underground while having 2 giant circular brown shields in front of them. Felix exited Weber's shell and jumped on top of his head. He was wearing his symbiote suit while his battleaxe was resting on his shoulder. The distance between him and the 2 dragons wasn't really that far. In fact, they were much closer to the ground than in the previous fight, making Felix feel a bit skeptical about their intentions. Are they egging me to approach them? Felix smiled faintly, I guess they feel confident this time to take me on in close range. Felix didn't know exactly what they were planning, but he could predict that the 2 dragons must have planned a way to eliminate him. Still, he had no thought of avoiding a close-ranged conformation. Let's begin. After Felix had given out the order, Weber and Rotspawn manifested 10 boulders in front of them. Felix landed on one and affixed his axe within the surface to stabilize himself. We got your back. Weber shouted telepathically while launching the boulders at the 2 dragons. Landlord is going for the same strategy. Michael exclaimed, is he that confident to slay them with the same tactic? The viewers were pretty stunned too, knowing that Red Mercy and Summer Spirit weren't that retarded to die in the same manner. Yet, the exact same development was carried out, making everyone feel like they were having a déjà vu. The dragons kept aiming at Felix with fire-based abilities while he was jumping from a boulder to another akin to a monkey. Wait, wait, wait! Summer Spirit kept speaking with Red Mercy, making sure that he would stay in his position. The instant he saw that Felix crossed past the 500 meters, he yelled, now! Under the dumbfounded eyes of the viewers, Red Mercy flew towards Felix with his flaming claws gleaming sharply, resembling an eagle sweeping down on an ant. Whoosh! When Felix noticed his sudden assault, he propelled himself backward and landed on another boulder. You are not going anywhere. Red Mercy sneered coldly as he chased after Felix, forcing him to continue retreating. Alas, No matter how fast Felix jumped, there was no way he would be faster than actual flying dragons gunning for him. In less than a second, Red Mercy was merely a couple of 100 meters away from Felix, putting him into his own flame field. Yet, he didn't use any fire ability to assault Felix, he simply kept pressuring him to escape away from him. Boom boom! Just as Weber and Rotspawn intended to assist Felix by aiming some of their boulders at Red Mercy, they were forced to defend against incoming giant fire spears. Summer Spirit had broken away from his ally and was now assaulting those two with a rain of never-ending explosions. This is nothing, **ing lizard. Weber cursed as he kept getting smashed by those fire abilities. Most of them landed on his shell, doing absolutely nothing to him. But his head and limbs weren't spared from being struck directly. Yet, Weber toughened through the pain of his scorched skin and kept launching boulders non-stop. The same applied for Rotspawn. Heavenly Turtle's skin might not be as tough as their shells, but it was enough to buy them a few seconds before it get burnt to crisp. As expected, Aspidicalone's team is in big trouble. Michael criticized, repeating the same strategy is a fast way to get themselves killed. The viewers could not help but nod in agreement as they watched Felix, Rotspawn, and Weber, getting absolutely owned. Almost everyone believed that Felix would be forced to jump within his void realm soon and order his teammates to retreat underground. It might seem like doing so would result in starting from the scratch again, but it wasn't. The moment Felix decided to either blink or enter his void realm, his battle axe would be destroyed. After all, he couldn't beam it within his AP bracelet when his symbiote suit was covering it entirely. Red Mercy was making sure to keep Felix within his flame field, so he wouldn't consider exposing his hands at all. Not a bad strategy, but, you guys have just made our work much easier. Felix grinned faintly as he glanced behind him and saw that he was pulling further and further from his teammates and Summer Spirit. When he noticed that Weber and Rotspawn were at their limit, Felix sent them a message: "You can stop with boulders and focus on keeping Summer Spirit busy." Chapter 837, Crescent Battleaxe Second Form. On it. At last. The moment they heard so, Weber and Rotspawn turned to Summer Spirit and launched tens of giant spiky boulders at him. Boom boom boom. Not expecting to be retaliated against, Summer Spirit was unable to evade all the spiky boulders at the same time. He covered himself with his wings and suffered through 3 boulders smashing on him. The force was enough, he was pushed hundreds of meters away from them. Weber and Rotspawn smacked the ground with their feet, resulting in the creation of a solidified pillar that pushed them into the sky. The ground quality might be crappy, but they made it up for it with quantity during their creation of the pillars. There is still more. Weber and Rotspawn opened their jaws and launched a massive amount of brownish mud at Summer Spirit, who was still trying to regain his balance. Crap! Summer Spirit evaded the flood of mud reflexively, knowing that if it landed on him, they would be able to solidify it and bring him down to the ground due to the weight. What's going on? Hearing the noise behind him, Red Mercy turned around and was met with the sight of his teammates getting pressured by never-ending torrents of mud. It worked. Keep them busy. I will handle Landler. Before Red Mercy could get too CK'd that Felix was about to lose his footing in the air, his danger instincts activated immediately. Hey! When he turned around, he was stunned by the sight of Felix flying in his direction. He didn't react like this because of Felix's boldness or such, but because of his strange appearance. He was covered entirely with thick green vines while donned with 16 gems in a neat and symmetrical manner. It made him appear like he was wearing a unique plant-based armor. Yet, what shocked him the most was 2 gleaming silver blades attached to the tip of 2 long vines. The vines were connected with Felix's arms, making him resemble like he was wielding sickle chain weapon. The viewers were just as dumbfounded as him. Unlike him, they saw exactly what happened when he turned his head, and they still weren't able to process it in their minds. Even Michael could only watch Felix with stupefied expression. Whoosh! Before anyone could break out of their daze at Felix's unexpected transformation, Felix spanned a vine in the air and threw it at Red Mercy's head, appearing like a cowboy trying to capture a horse. Because of Red Mercy's humongous size, he was capable of moving his head to the side reflexively to evade the sharp blade, but it ended up landing on his shoulder anyway. Tshshshsh. The reflective scales got pierced by the blade and then affixed within them. Felix pulled himself towards Red Mercy swiftly. The moment he was close enough, he swung the other blade at his wing, managing to puncture a small hole in it. Yet, Felix wasn't done, he pulled himself towards the wing while spinning in the air. The other axe blade was taken from the shoulder forcefully and span with Felix rapidly, making the axe blade resemble a flying steel cutter saw. Pshshshshshs. With the momentum and the insane sharpness of the blade, Felix had cleaved his way through the wing, leaving a long bloody incision behind him. The instant he felt that his attack had been a success, Felix stopped spinning and threw the axe blade at Red Mercy's back, connecting it with a scale. Then, he dragged himself and landed on spine. The entire sequence took less than a split second, making Felix appear just like a flying green silhouette in the eyes of the dumbfounded viewers. As for Red Mercy, he finally broke out of his daze after sensing the tingling pain in his wounded right wing. "You little..." Maddened, he cursed while eyeing Felix with a murderous dreadful glare. Felix's transformation had truly confused him, making him unable to react to Felix's sudden assault. "You're dead." Red Mercy didn't think about Felix's transformation anymore or his battle-axe. The moment he felt that Felix was on top of his spine, he didn't hesitate to use the best ability to force him away. Hellfire burst. When Felix sensed that the scales were turning extremely hot, he knew what was about to come. Yet, he didn't retreat instantly. Instead, he sprinted on Red Mercy's spine to gain some momentum, and then he jumped with everything he got towards Red Mercy's head. Knowing that he wouldn't make it in time, Felix swiftly threw his right axe blade and dragged himself towards the head the instant the blade connected with the scale. While he was falling towards it rapidly, Felix requested, "Queen, deactivate the second form Futhark and join the axe blades together." Shing shing. The vines were retracted from Felix's body in a split second and intertwined with each other, forming a gorgeous crescent-shaped handle. The gems returned to their rightful places, hidden within the vines, making the weapon seem less threatening. Meanwhile, the axe blades were merged together by the vines in the middle. This resulted in the recreation of complete the crescent battle-axe. Just marvelous, as expected of a legendary artifact. Self-Imu mewed with a fascinated expression as she watched Felix triple the size of his arm while holding the battle-axe above his head, clearly trying to break apart Red Mercy's skull. Just like the players and the viewers, they had no idea whatsoever that the crescent battle-axe was embedded with a Futhark responsible for changing the entire weapon design. In fact, if they observed the battle-axe closely, they would notice that the handle was just two thick vines intertwined with each other and connected as a knot at the tip of the axe. This signified that Felix could switch between two battle forms as he pleased by a mere thought. The best part? He gained a free armor while doing so, since the vines needed something big to cover when they grew in size. Boom! Boom! Dot. A split second later, two explosions were heard simultaneously. A faint one caused by Felix's battle-axe cracking both Red Mercy's scales and his skull, affixing itself deeply within it. The other was induced by the magnificent and dreadful surge of crimson flames from within Red Mercy's scales. Because Felix committed to his strike, he wasn't able to evade the explosion in time, resulting in him getting thrown hundreds of meters into the air while burning alive. His symbiote suit was able to negate most of the explosion's force, but he still ended up with a couple of ribs and bones broken. As for the fire, his symbiote suit was damaged a little but nothing too serious. His condition was much better than Red Mercy. Mother Fasterisker has cracked my skull open. Red Mercy winced in pain after sensing that the battle-axe was merely a few inches away from touching his brain. He wanted to pull it away, but his hands were too big to hold into the axe's handle. He was afraid of moving too much lest he end up in the same situation as Nethercutter. My flames are going to burn it off. In the end, he figured out that the best solution was simply keep his Hellfire ability active until the battleaxe melt or something. He believed that as long as he was covered in flames, Felix wouldn't dare blink near him, especially when he knew that Felix didn't come out of their confrontation in one piece. That's where he was mistaken. What is Landlord doing? Michael exclaimed in disbelief as he watched Felix nose-diving through the hellish flames, not fearing for his safety whatsoever. The symbiote suit started to tear apart little by little as Felix thoroughly disappeared within the giant cloud of fire. Felix didn't care about the increased heat that was starting to affect him through the suit. He merely kept his arms in front of his face while using his X-ray vision to locate Red Mercy's head. He wasn't able to see Battleaxe, but Felix knew its position exactly due to the small crack on the skull appearing in his X-ray vision. The instant Felix locked on it, he flipped in the air and tripled the size of his right foot while heading towards it in a straight line, resembling a falling meteor, bursting through the atmosphere. Summer Spirit. We need to retreat now. I have secured the battleaxe and I need your help to remove. Red Mercy was forced to swallow the rest of his sentence after his instincts were triggered due to Felix yet again. Unfortunately for him, he was a tad bit late this time. Felix's enlarged foot landed exactly above the scorched crescent battleaxe's handle. With Felix's insane momentum and strength, the battleaxe was pushed forcefully through the cracked skull, creating a much bigger hole. It was big enough Felix ended up continuing on his momentum even though he was going through Red Mercy's giant brain. Thud. The moment Felix's feet landed on the bottom of Red Mercy's skull, he ignored the blood, heat, brain matter, and every disgusting thing he was experiencing. He simply reached out to the battleaxe's handle and tightened his grasp on it. Then, he grinned devilishly within the suit and began slashing apart the rest of Red Mercy's brain from within. Roar. Red Mercy was only able to release a single wild roar before his abnormal fortitude had finally given in from the tremendous damage caused to his inner brain. It was literally turned into mush by Felix. No matter how superior and gifted the dragons, they could not live for another second with such a heavy injury. The moment his brain was shut down, the surrounding flames were turned off automatically as he started to nosedive towards the ground. Knowing that he wasn't going to survive such a high fall, Felix swiftly threw his battleaxe outside of Red Mercy's head before teleporting next to it. Then, he stood above a void rift while resting the bloody scorched black battleaxe on his shoulder. He was entirely covered in brain matter and blood. With his tattered pitch-black symbiote suit, he resembled a demonic creature who had just emerged from the depth of hell. One more to go. Felix mewed calmly while watching Red Mercy's corpse smash into the ground, not moving a single inch after. Chapter 838, The One and Only Dragon Slayer. It might seem like all of this had taken a lot of time, but in reality, not even 3 seconds went by from the moment Felix used the second form of his weapon. Most of the viewers had yet to even recover from such an extraordinary ability before they were met with death of Red Mercy. What the f***ck did I just witness? Did Landlord just slay a dragon from within his head or am I tripping? I am losing my shit over here. Was slaying dragons always this easy or what? In the end, the arena exploded in thunderous noisy chatter as the spectators kept exclaiming with dumbfounded looks, not daring to believe that another dragon had fallen under Felix's hands. What's even more shocking, he didn't use even his poison this time. He literally butchered a dragon with just his battleaxe. Using a legendary artifact is unfair advantage in the event. Sheriff complained with an irritated look. When Nethercutter had died, he still had hope that Red Mercy and Summer Spirit would turn things around, especially when he heard about Felix's deal with them. But now? He knew that it was going to be exceedingly difficult for Summer Spirit to deal with 2 heavenly turtles and Felix all alone. The fact that Felix had just slayed Red Mercy all alone made it hard for him to be too optimistic. So, he could only whine about the crescent battleaxe. He earned it with his own efforts. Thor snickered, if we gave it to him before the game, then your complaint can be heard. Legendary artifacts were allowed in Radiant ranked games. Since this tournament included both Diamond and Radiant ranked players, it was within Felix's rights to use his Crescent Battle Axe. The only reason the other players weren't using their own legendary artifacts was because they needed to earn them on their own. Unfortunately, it wasn't that easy to land their hands on legendary artifacts. The only known places for champions to get them was in the yearly event. Since champions were allowed to participate in the event once per decade, it meant that the owners of legendary artifacts rarely make a second appearance in the event. Indeed, don't be a sore loser, brother Cherif. Erebus supported, you don't hear us complaining when your champions clutch most of the games due to their extraordinary gifts. True, my cuties can't do anything before your monsters. Kumiho pouted. Tisk, the game is not done yet. Cherif clicked his tongue in annoyance at their nagging and refocused on the game. When he saw that Felix had joined hands with his teammates at pressuring Summer Spirit, he could only wish for a miracle. Alas, when he remembered that Flame's orbs were banned due to the deal, he knew that Summer Spirit was at his wit's end. The unexpected death of Red Mercy was like a heavy boulder that cracked his absolute confidence in his strength and ability to win the fight. Felix, Weber, and Rotspawn made sure to not give him a single moment to think of a strategy that could change things around. In the end, Summer Spirit couldn't handle their combined efforts at taking him down and decided to escape high above. Should we give it chase? Weber asked. No need, it's over for him. Felix shook his head while stretching his shoulders. He understood that the primogenitors weren't going to watch Summer Spirit hide for eternity. They would give him a few more chances to change things around, and if he failed, they would be left with no choice but to end the game. Felix wasn't planning on slaying Summer Spirit. There was nothing to gain from doing so when he could simply showcase that Summer Spirit could not change his defeated outcome. Summer Spirit might not be able to surrender, but the primogenitors would call the fight off when they see that nothing entertaining was going to happen. For the next half an hour, everything went according to Felix's expectation. Summer Spirit fought against them twice before retreating when he realized that he could not kill any of them without his flame orbs. Honestly, even if he could use them, Felix would simply send them to another dimension. It was a done battle whether he liked to admit it or not. I think it's time, brother Cherif. Thor said calmly, voice your request to end the fight. It was a good and truly entertaining fight. Lord Quetzalcoatl praised, both sides had given everything they had, and I am pleased with the outcome. Likewise. It has been a while since I enjoyed a fight like this. Upon hearing so, Cherif knew that the primogenitors were getting bored with his champion's futile attempts, and he was given the option to end it gracefully. Fine, don't be too hasty. Cherif sighed while requesting from Michael to conclude the battle. The moment Michael was given permission, he didn't hesitate to bring the mic near his lips and announce thunderously, the gods have spoken. The winner of the finals is Aspidicellone's team. Whoa! The moment viewers heard so, they stopped watching the screen and started cheering loudly with thrilled expressions, too delighted to see the dragons fall yet again. As champions, they knew that the primogenitors had the right to stop the battles anytime they wished, so they didn't react too weirdly about it. In fact, most of them predicted as much when they saw Summer Spirit's sad futile attempts. My mom must be over the moon. Selfa laughed happily at the notion that her mother's bet on Felix's team had resulted in her mother enjoying a slice of the treasure's pool. But most importantly, she was happy that Felix had been proclaimed as the winner in this tournament, making him the champion of 2 games in this event. We won, we actually won. Holy shit! We actually won. Weber stared at the sky with a dumbstruck expression after hearing the announcement. Why so surprised? Felix massaged his tired eyelids as he said causally, we are considered as a first seed after all. I don't know, I just never expected that I am going to win a game in this event. Weber smiled sheepishly, most of my experiences with dragons have been horrible in the platform. You better lift your head high when you receive your prize. Felix smirked faintly, we aren't done yet in this event. Soon, they were teleported back to the arena under the heartful applause and cheers of the spectators. This time, the dragons didn't roar for Felix. All of them eyed him with looks filled with dread but mostly with feverish anticipation. Facing a worthy opponent from another race was extremely rare for them. Based on what they witnessed in the battle, even when Felix lose his void abilities, he would be a significant threat to them. If he could slay 2 dragons with a battle-axe that he has gotten in 7 days, they didn't dare to imagine what would happen when given months and years to master using it. While Felix and the other 2 were basking under the applause and cheers, Summer Spirit walked towards them. What's up? Felix asked calmly. I will never forget this defeat until the day I die. Summer Spirit narrowed his eyes at Felix and warned, Landlord, Dragon Slayer, I will be preparing to have a rematch with you real soon. So, don't be lazing around. Me? Lazing around? Felix chuckled, by the time you grew back your guts, I will be so far ahead of you, I doubt you will be even able to see my shadow. We will see about that in the future. Summer Spirit huffed a breath of fire through his nostrils 3 times before he turned into a flash of light. Although he is pissed, he really must respect you a great deal to breathe fire 3 times. Asna shared. Dragons show admiration and respect to other races in 2 ways, either a wild inner roar or breathe fire through their nose. The higher the number of fire breathed, the more respectful and admired that person was in their eyes. It was like they were too shy to be straightforward and say it, they mask it with this cute tradition. Breathing fire 3 times meant that Summer Spirit was seeing Felix as a friend as well as a rival. Didn't expect that too. Felix grinned faintly, I might crush in his house when I visit Icarius Galaxy. How shameless. Asna giggled. You know me, I can't miss free treats. Felix shrugged his shoulders in a carefree manner and refocused on Michael, who was still hyping up the winners. While he was doing so, Lord Osiris' eyelids kept twitching every time he mentioned the dragon's defeat. The primogenitor's commentary on the results of the battle wasn't making it any better for him. No one had any idea that he had just lost 20 maniacal monoliths on this battle alone. It was a loss that no one would be able to recover from in their entire lifetime. If Lady Sphinx had lost the bet, she honestly would have died a little. Chapter 839, The Favor. Still, Lord Osiris kept his mouth shut and merely sighed inwardly, Congratulations Lady Sphinx. Thank you. Lady Sphinx tried her best to hold herself from letting out the widest grin she could muster. When Felix decided to avoid using his offensive void abilities, she was so close to telling him about the bet, so he could go all out in his battles. But then, she realized that Felix was always fighting at the best of his ability even when he decided not to use his greatest assets. Felix had just shown her that she was right in her assessment. I will be delivering extra 4 monoliths too. Lord Osiris said calmly. Why? Lady Sphinx raised an eyebrow in surprise at his generous offer. She already took 20 monoliths from him, and he still wanted to give her more? There is no point in having only 4 monoliths in my collection, furthermore, I am somewhat eager to see the result of gathering all monoliths together. If there is one person capable of achieving so, it has to be you. Lord Osiris said while cracking a little creepy smile, making it obvious that he rarely smiled. Much appreciated Lord Osiris. Lady Sphinx promised with a stern expression, you will be the first to witness that glorious moment with me. Lord Osiris nodded and refrained from speaking any more, focusing on the award ceremony that was about to start. Guys, I have just won 24 monoliths from Lord Osiris. Lady Sphinx finally couldn't keep it within and had to share the good news with Felix and the rest. You are joking, right? Thor recoiled from his seat in shock, scaring the shit out of Siren who was sitting next to him. Hormongon's reaction was reserved, but he was as shocked as Thor. 24 monoliths was a huge unimaginable number when it came to those priceless treasures. How did this happen? Don't tell me you bet on me in this tournament. Felix felt his soul leave his body at such a damned thought. Naturally. Lady Sphinx confirmed. Master, you are killing me. Felix clutched his heart in pain. He could see that Lady Sphinx was growing more and more crazy in her bets on him due to his consistent win rate. Felix wasn't arrogant enough to believe that he was capable of winning every fight and every game. He knew that he would be placed in a situation where even his wits and void domain wouldn't be able to help him win. He feared that Lady Sphinx would have gone all out in her bet on him, causing her to suffer an unrecoverable lose. I know, I apologize for it. Lady Sphinx chuckled, but, you don't have to worry, I won't be making such a crazy bets anymore. It's not easy on my heart too. Thank you. Felix sighed in relief at the sound of that. Now that he have won you 24 monoliths, aren't you going to reward him with something? Asna asked cheekily. What do we have here? Lady Sphinx teased, you started to look out for your boyfriend's interest. That's a given. Asna admitted without an ounce of shame this time, now, cough up. Enough Asna. Felix scolded while rubbing his hands akin to a sleazy merchant, I don't need anything, Master is already doing too much. Aren't you a shameless couple? Lady Sphinx laughed in amusement at their good/bad cop ploy to get something out of her. After thinking about it for a few moments, Lady Sphinx decided to inform Felix some good news related to his void domain. For a long while now, I have been working hard on finding a method to help you reserve both your void domain and also your immunity. Lady Sphinx disclosed with a faint smile, I have finally arrived at a solution that might not completely solve the issue, but it is still a solution. Are you being for real? Felix was taken back to hear so. He already accepted that the void domain was a lost cause and nothing could change such a fact. He never bothered to request from Lady Sphinx to seek a way to help him keep both abilities since he felt that it was too much of an ask. He couldn't fathom the work it would take and if it was even possible to be pulled off by Lady Sphinx. As I said, it's not a perfect solution. Lady Sphinx emphasized, so Felix wouldn't get his hopes too high and end up disappointed by what she came up with. I don't care. It's still a solution. Felix said excitedly. As long as he didn't lose his void domain, Felix was satisfied with anything she proposed to do, even if it was going to be as painful as drinking the soul-splitting potion. Let's continue this discussion later. Lady Sphinx informed, the awards ceremony has started. As she mentioned, Michael had already brought out the 3 treasures for the winners of this tournament. Each treasure was as spectacular as the one next to it. Since Landlord is undoubtedly has shown the best performance in the entire tournament, he will be given the right to pick the first treasure. Michael informed loudly. Weber and Rotzpon had no issues with Felix getting the first pick. Tell me, what do you guys want? Felix asked telepathically. Why? I will be trading the prize for a favor. Felix shared, so, there is no point in which treasure I pick. I see. Understandable. After hearing so, they both informed Felix of the treasures they wanted, allowing him to pick the remaining one. Are you certain? Michael raised an eyebrow after seeing that Felix picked the least favorable treasure out of the pool. I want to trade it for a favor. Felix disclosed calmly. If it's a favor you desire, I have no business with this. Michael swiftly excluded himself from the matter while turning the picked treasure into light particles. Are you sure he will not be requesting for our bloodlines? Wendigo scoffed faintly. Just mind your business, will you? Thor clicked his tongue in irritation, he is not obliged to share his favor in public. Felix could voice his request to any participating primogenitor either in public or in private. In turn, they could accept taking his favor or deny it and make him ask for something else, they weren't bound by rules or such to accept his favor whatever it was. Meanwhile, Weber and Rotzpon decided to taking the treasures home with them. The primogenitor's favors were a hit and miss unlike those extraordinary prizes. 40 minutes later, Felix could be seen sitting in a round table with Isna and his masters while being served tea by Mistress Candace. Everyone was sent home after the award ceremony. However, the event was far from conclusion. One last game remained, and it was going to be including teams made out of 5 champions. The players were already given the details of the third game and no one liked it besides Cherif's team, Felix included. But for now, he wasn't thinking about the last game. Felix, he will refuse your favor, just consider thinking about something else as a backup before we meet him. Lady Sphinx advised. One of the reasons I took part in this event is because of Mjolnir. Felix shook his head. I won't be at peace if I don't try my luck with Elder Cyclope. Felix's primary goal from the event was securing Elder Cyclope's assistant to repair Mjolnir. He knew that voicing such a request out of nowhere would result in nothing but utter ignorance. After all, Cyclope had retired from making divine artifacts and not even the elemental lords could convince him to craft another divine treasure for him. So, how could he listen to Felix? However, coming at him with an earned favor from the event gave Felix an entry to meet him and at least discuss the repair project with him. Felix believed that it might work since he was asking him to repair a divine treasure, not craft a new one from the start. You do you. Thor shrugged his shoulders. Just keep in mind that it is more likely for him to accept giving you his bloodline than to carry his forged tools. You guys really don't know why he retired like this? Asna asked. We asked ages ago, and he refused to answer. Lady Sphinx shook her head. He said that he was burnt out, but we all know that was a mere lie to stop us from bothering him. True, Cyclope's passion in life was making divine treasures, and it kept him going for a very long time, much longer than us at least. Hormungandr sighed. The more I hear, the less confident I feel about this. Felix smiled wryly, but, I will still try. Then, get prepared. Lady Sphinx informed, we are visiting him in a few minutes. Chapter 840, Meeting Elder Cyclope. We are. Felix raised an eyebrow. Isn't it better to wait until I secured the hammer's pieces first? There will be no point in gathering them if he rejects your favor. True. Based on the updates he kept receiving from Malik and the rest of his subordinates, they had reached another impasse with a small piece that had changed hands at least 4 times. There were still many pieces spread out too, making Felix understand that it was going to take months or even years before collecting all pieces, if not ever. So, getting confirmation from Cyclope must come first before committing to this insane hunt. 15 minutes later. Felix could be seen sitting on a sofa while wearing a grey suit without a tie. His masters were sitting next to him in casual clothes, not caring too much about the formality of meeting Elder Cyclope. In a few moments, Elder Cyclope entered the guest room and sat on the opposite seat to Felix, making their eyes in direct contact with each other. Welcome my humble abode. He smiled sincerely as he greeted. Thank you for receiving us at such a short notice, Brother Cyclope. Thor replied politely. When it came to Cyclope, Thor was always on his best personality. He respected him a great deal compared to the rest of the primogenitors due to Mjolnir. I believe you know why we are here. Lady Sphinx said calmly. Since you brought your champion, I understand it's related to the favor from the event. Cyclope chuckled as he eyed Felix with his giant singular pupil. Speak, kid, what do you desire from me? Cyclope smiled kindly. I will try my best to fulfill it if it's within my powers. Cough cough. It's nothing big. Felix coughed as he murmured, I want your help in repairing Mjolnir, my master's hammer. What is he talking about? Cyclope turned to Thor with a stern expression. *CK, I knew this will happen. Thor cursed in his mind, knowing that Cyclope wasn't pleased one bit. It wasn't because of Felix's request but due to the fact that Mjolnir was broken. Thor knew that Cyclope cared a great deal about it. Unlike the other divine treasures, Mjolnir was special to him and Thor was asked to take great care of it. It ended up breaking somehow after my battle with the old snake. Thor decided to be truthful. I had no idea how it happened, and who was even that strong to shatter it like that. I expected it to travel through space unhindered until the day someone worthy find it and treasure it. Wait a second. Cyclope was startled to hear so. It might not seem like Thor had said much, but he had deducted that he must have died in the battle with Jormungandr. There was no other reason to leave his most precious hammer wandering in space aimlessly while he was asleep somewhere, as everyone believed. You guys have actually died. Yep. Thor smiled bitterly, I hope you can keep it yourself. We don't want those dogs from the Darkin faction to learn about it. Do you really need to tell me that? You know I am a vault of secrets. Cyclope assured while rubbing his eyebrow, still a bit shaken by Thor's confirmation. When Jormungandr and Thor returned to the Primogenitors' Council, everyone assumed that they didn't end up killing each other during their epic battle. After all, there were no spectators. Jormungandr and Thor didn't want to correct them since they preferred being perceived as normal by them. If everyone had known that they were mere wisps of consciousness, they would have received an entirely different treatment, especially from the Darkin faction. In addition, it would make more sense that Felix must have been bestowed with their perfect elemental manipulations instead of Lady Sphinx finding a unique method to give him a limited version of it. This would create so much trouble for Felix, he wouldn't have been able to survive until this point. I don't know how exactly you guys were revived, and it's not my business to know. Cyclope soon glared at Thor, but, I am greatly disappointed in you, brother Thor. How can you treat Mjolnir like that? I admit that I screwed up a bit, but I am holding my ground in my decision. Thor said calmly, I would rather let Mjolnir wander the universe, than give her to someone who is deemed unworthy or hide her somewhere. I believed that after a few 100 million years, she would regain her consciousness and start making her own choices. Thor sighed, I really didn't think that someone will break it. Thor firmly believed that Mjolnir would manage to survive anything, plus, it wasn't that easy to find her in this ever-expanding universe. If this was the doing of the Darkin faction, they would have taken it with them even when they destroy it. Jormungandr said. Plus, if it were them, they would have realized that you guys have died in the fight. Cyclope nodded, it must be an outsider. Everyone nodded in agreement, knowing that Darkin faction members weren't responsible over the destruction of Mjolnir. This reduced the numbers of the ones responsible significantly. After all, if other primogenitors had found out about the wandering Mjolnir, they would have treasured it as a collectible. As for symbiotes or other less intelligent but powerful creatures, they would have either devoured it or ignored it entirely. It's more likely that it has been destroyed due to being near a catastrophic explosion of a star. Lady Sphinx shared, statistically, it's way too far-fetched, but it's the only logical explanation. True. Cyclope agreed, a supernova is more than enough to destroy the hammer even though it's resistant to almost all elements, but, I won't know for certain until I see the damages done to it. Upon hearing so, Felix swiftly interjected himself in the conversation by beaming the broken black pieces of Mjolnir. Elder, those are few tiny pieces of the hammer's head. Felix clarified, Mjolnir has broken apart in its cosmic form. I have managed to gather this much and I know how to get the main body. You don't even own the parts and coming for me to repair it. Cyclope gave him a weird look while fiddling with one of the pieces. Masters told me to do so since they don't believe that you will accept my favor. Felix answered honestly. Good thing you listened to them. Cyclope threw the piece back to Felix as he sighed, this can't be repaired even if I wanted. Everyone was stunned to hear his verdict, especially Thor and Felix. Although Thor always annoyed Felix to drop the thought of repairing Mjolnir, deep down he wanted him to succeed. He knew that if the Mjolnir was repaired, there was a small chance of its consciousness to revive if it was ever born. Are you sure? Lady Sphinx asked after seeing that Thor and Felix were too stunned to speak. I have nothing to gain from lying to you. Cyclope shook his head, the damage is far too severe on the materials. In addition, most of the Divine Codex inscriptions have been either erased completely or had some of its words missing. But, this is just a tiny piece of the whole thing. I have been told that hammer has retained its shape, which meant it isn't severely broken. Mr. Logan had informed Felix that his crew had mistaken Mjolnir for being Ruin's sight due to its unique hammer shape that could be spotted from a distance. This signified that Mjolnir had most likely lost only 10% or so of its body. Felix, show some manners. Hormungand eyed him sternly. Brother Cyclope knows what he is talking about. I apologize. Felix swiftly bowed his head at Cyclope, knowing that he had overstepped his boundaries by opposing him like this even when he emphasized it twice already. Fortunately for him, Cyclope was a chill and kind primogenitor. Don't be. He waved his hand and clarified kindly for Felix, I don't need to see the complete thing to reach my conclusion. The damages done to a small piece translate to the whole thing because the breaking part isn't the issue. Cyclope pulled another piece from Felix's hand and pointed at the blackened sides. The hammer's head is silver. Yet, even the inner part of the hammer has turned black. Cyclope applied some force on the piece and then broke it apart. He showed Felix the blackened inner sides and said, You see? This is an almost complete destruction of the material. Yes. Felix nodded his head with a bitter smile as he examined the broken piece. Even if I went ahead and decided fix the broken pieces together and restore it to its original shape, the moment I try to rewrite the entire Divine Codex on it, the hammer will fall apart again. The material simply can't handle the activation of any ability. Cyclope said. Felix and Thor didn't need any more demonstrations to understand where Cyclope was coming from. He was already patient enough to clarify everything over and over again. If they still hadn't accepted his ruling, then it was on them being simply delusional. Chapter 841, Being Too Greedy. I am sorry, Felix. Asna tried to comfort Felix after seeing his dejected expression. Felix had anticipated that Cyclope would refuse to repair Mjolnir, but he didn't expect that it would be unrepairable in the first place. This truly threw all of his plans down the drain. When Cyclope saw Felix's disappointment, he proposed with a kind smile, It might not be reparable, but if you bring me Mjolnir, I will salvage it and return most of the materials to their raw state. The quantity naturally will be reduced, but it's still better than nothing. Upon hearing so, Felix's eyes brightened up in delight. He knew that the materials to make Mjolnir were simply too priceless and would move even primogenitors. You can do that? He asked eagerly. Of course. Cyclope chuckled, You can consider it as using your earned favor. The moment Felix heard that it would consume his favor, his happiness was short-lived. He understood that the materials harvested were outstanding all right, but to trade a favor for them? He just felt like it wasn't enough. This was a favor from a primogenitor we are talking about. Even primogenitors treasured their own favors and refrained from using them unless the situation called for it. Felix didn't want to waste it on materials that he had no idea what to do with them. Seeing his hesitation, Cyclope understood what was on his mind. I believe that you can make at least 3 legendary artifacts or more if you handed them to Emperor Local. Cyclope smiled, I will recommend you to him, but you will need to pay the fees. The moment Felix heard so, Felix imagined himself suiting himself with legendary artifacts from top to bottom. A dream that no one ever dared of having. Satisfied now? Cyclope chortled after seeing Felix's face color return. Very. Felix grinned widely in elation. Excuse me, Sir Felix, why don't you ask him to make you a new divine treasure with the materials refined? Mistress Candace suggested. I haven't thought about it at all. Felix exclaimed, feeling a bit foolish to be tempted by legendary artifacts when he was in front of the greatest forger of all time. So, what if Mjolnir was unrepairable? It didn't mean that he couldn't fight off an opportunity to use the same materials to make another divine weapon. Even tens of legendary weapons were unable to amount to a single divine weapon. That's because divine weapons were capable of slaying even primogenitors. If Felix was truly thinking of his future and growth, then the answer was clear. Kid, don't push your luck too much. Thor advised, Brother Cyclope is generous and kind. You will be just pissing him off if you mentioned forging a new divine weapon for you. I know I am being too greedy. Felix hardened his expression, but, I will regret it for a lifetime if I didn't at least try to get my own divine weapon. You have been warned. SS. What's the issue again? Cyclope frowned. Felix took a deep breath and spoke composedly, Elder, I am beyond thrilled with your proposal and I believe that it is already too much. But, I didn't come here in mind to return with legendary artifacts, but with a divine weapon. As the greatest forger in the history of the universe, I truly hope that you can reconsider using Mjolnir's refined material to create a new divine for me. Felix bowed his head respectfully while his heart kept racing rapidly in agitation. He knew that he was being too greedy, and he might end up upsetting Cyclope. If that happened, he could retract his original offer and send him on his merry way empty-handed. His masters could not change the outcome since he had brought it up on himself. Oh, is that all? Cyclope smiled kindly, you should have said it earlier. I don't have a problem with making you a new divine weapon if the materials are adequate. Please reconcede. Wait, what? Felix lifted his head suddenly with a dumbfounded expression. Meanwhile, Lady Sphinx, Thor, and Hormungandr eyed each other speechlessly, not daring to believe that Cyclope had actually agreed on the first try. God knows how many times did the primogenitors try to convince him to come out of retirement but to no avail. Some even tried to use favors just like Felix but nothing was enough to move Cyclope into picking up his forging tools again. Brother Cyclope, did you come out of retirement without telling anyone or are you jesting with him? Lady Sphinx asked after regaining her composure. I am still retired. Cyclope massaged his shoulder as he replied casually, but, I am being serious. If he wanted a new divine weapon, I have no qualms making him one. Why? Felix said respectfully, I am still in disbelief that it was this easy, but I am perplexed about your reasoning. Reasoning? Cyclope smiled kindly as he asked, are you going to use the divine weapon? Most definitely. Felix assured with a serious voice, it will be my primary weapon for the rest of my life. That's your reason? The moment they heard so, Lady Sphinx and the other two managed to finally figure out why Cyclope retired in the first place. No wonder, Brother Cyclope, no wonder. Thor apologized with a bitter smile, I am deeply sorry for how things turned out. Likewise, we had no idea. Lady Sphinx sighed, I should have known better, I am in the same boat as you. I see. When Felix heard his masters lamenting, he managed to connect the dots on his own and understand what they were talking about. It turned out, Cyclope retired from making divine treasures for a simple reason really. They weren't being used for the purpose of their creation. Instead, they were being traded like currency and kept as rare collectible. For a genuine passionate forger, seeing his works being treated as currencies or setting on shelves for bragging rights, must have been the worst thing ever. All the effort, pain, love, and struggle to forge a treasure had gone to waste when it wasn't used for its purpose. I don't blame you guys. Cyclope shook his head, it's just that the era of conflict had become a distant memory, so, what's the point of forging new divine weapons when you will simply use them as currency or sit in shelves? Felix's masters didn't know how to reply after hearing so. They knew that he was right. The primogenitor's era was simply filled with too much conflict, it made them always seek new divine treasures to be used in their fights. After all, primogenitors were almost impossible to be killed in fights, if a divine treasure could give them a small edge, then everyone wouldn't hesitate to commission Cyclope to make them a few. In the end, the divine treasures get destroyed while the primogenitors survive the battles. I was at the happiest moments of my life in that era. Cyclope said with nostalgic look, I was always busy making new weapons, armors, researching new effects, testing new materials to indulge your bloodthirstiness. My greatest pride was hearing about the results of your battles and knowing that my divine treasures might have been destroyed, but they served their purpose completely. Alas! The primogenitors had simply grown tired of the fights and meaningless conflicts when they realized that it was resulting in nothing substantial in their lives. So, they made up over time and either became friends or at least neutral with each other. Though, the hardcore conflicts between some factions remained heated to this day, such as Darkin faction against Felix's masters or Siren with Kumiho. In time, the divine treasures built for battles became mere collectibles. I would rather watch my treasures get used and destroyed than sit on glamorous shelves. Cyclope said with a clear conviction in his voice. The day the primogenitors' era ended, was the day Cyclope had put down his tools and ignored every other commission from the primogenitors. You should have told us so. Lady Sphinx soothed, we would have understood your position and stopped bothering you. It was much easier to just tell you I was burnt out. Cyclope coughed. Thought so. Lady Sphinx's eyelids twitched, knowing that Cyclope might look like a scary giant with one eye, but he was a sweetheart, who disliked confrontation, especially with females, making Kumiho and Siren to always tease him. Though, you could have made divine treasures for the next generation like you are doing with Felix. Thor wondered, it's much better than putting your tools once and for all. The next generation can use artifacts to fight their battles. Cyclope shook his head, just because I want my weapons and items to be used, it doesn't mean I am going to settle for kids playing with them. What about me? Felix was still confused. If that was his reason for rejecting to forge divine treasures for dragons, werewolves, vampires, and such, then, he should have been rejected too even if he had a favor. You are different. Cyclope said. How so? The others don't have primogenitors as enemies. Cyclope said with a faint grin. Chapter 842, A Century. Disclaimer, I will be taking the weekends off for a short trip with the family. Though, you can expect a chapter tomorrow. Have a nice day, Omega. Felix didn't expect that Cyclope would be able to see right through them. Although Thor and Hormungandr had never pushed Felix to think about fighting against the Darkin faction, Felix always understood that his greatest mission was slaying those three primogenitors. The moment he took Thor and Hormungandr as his masters, he understood that their baggage, enemies, issues, and everything that weighed on them would transform to him. He knew that he could simply ignore them. But, he wasn't that grateful to suck in everything good from his masters and not consider them as his family. So, he was destined to fight off against the Darkin faction, and he would rather do it while having a divine weapon resting on his shoulder. Is it that obvious? Thor chuckled. It made sense only after I found out about your death. Cyclope disclosed, you bestowed him your elemental manipulations, which meant passing along your legacy too. With this kid's abnormal potential, I believe that he has a small chance of reaching the level of primogenitors if you found a way to solve his physical scaling issue. As expected, Cyclope connected the dots and figured out that Lady Sphinx had nothing to do with Felix's elemental manipulations. After all, he had lighting and poison manipulations of two dead primogenitors. Yet, he didn't have Lady Sphinx's sand manipulation too even though she was with him much earlier than Thor. It just didn't make much sense. The only thing he was still ignorant about was the fact that Felix's physical strength was already solved with the Devourer's heart. Seeing that Felix was a bit nervous about his discovery, Cyclope consoled him, you don't have to worry, I am not interested in your manipulations, I doubt other primogenitors will bother touch you even if they knew about it. You are underestimating having Lord Cows as your backer. He is right, Felix. Thor smirked, Lord Cows has already taken a liking to you and made sure that our peers knows it. Only those with a death wish will dare aim at you. Naturally, he was referring to primogenitors, not everyone. Anyhow, let's get back to your purpose of your visit. Cyclope informed, you need to deliver Mjolnir or what left of it to assess what can be saved, and if I will be required any additional materials. So, I don't need to gather every single piece of the hammer anymore, right? Felix inquired, you will be salvaging it anyway. Yes, just bring me the main body. Cyclope replied. Felix sighed in relief. The biggest issue had been resolved. Now, he simply needed to pay a visit to the fisherman clan and purchase either the hammer or the entire planet if they rejected his offer. By the way, do you want the best of the best or simply something to use? Cyclope suddenly asked. Just like every forger, quality items needed the finest material and long period of time to perfect the end product. Naturally, the best. Felix stressed, I want something of equal quality to Mjolnir at the least. Oh ho ho, aren't you a greedy little one? Cyclope chuckled, do you even know how long it took to make Mjolnir? Felix shook his head. It took me a century to finalize it, and that was while putting my entire focus on it solely. Cyclope shared. That long? Felix took a deep breath in shock. He knew that Mjolnir was a masterpiece compared to other divine treasures, but he didn't expect that it would have taken an entire century to forge it. If you want something of equal quality to Mjolnir, you will need to be extremely patient. Cyclope shrugged, if you want something simple, I can make it in a day or two. What decides the duration? Felix wondered. Naturally, the Divine Codex. Cyclope explained, my worst divine treasures have a couple of hundred divine inscriptions, such as the dimensional ring I placed as reward for the second place in this event. As for masterpieces like Mjolnir, the divine inscriptions can reach up to tens of millions. Cyclope simplified it for Felix, it's like comparing an artifact with one Futhark with another that has 1,000 Futhark, they are simply incomparable. No wonder you cared about Mjolnir. Felix always heard about Mjolnir being a masterpiece and even watched it in action when it smashed Hormongondra's head, yet, he doubted that it would have such giant chasm between it and other divine treasures. Knowing this helped him reach his decision. He wanted a remarkable divine weapon like Mjolnir, but waiting an entire century or even more made him hesitant before. He barely lived for 70 years in total if we combined both of his lifetimes. Now, he would be required to wait a century for a single weapon, he didn't even know if he would be alive until then. On the other hand, settling for a simple divine weapon left a bad taste in his mouth, especially when the materials were from Mjolnir. Although Thor refrained from giving his input, Felix didn't want to do his partner such injustice. I have Crescent Battleaxe for now. It has proven that it's more than enough to handle even dragons. So, there is no need to be rushed to switch to a divine weapon. Felix reasoned silently, I don't know if I will be alive for another century, but I know it will feel like crap when I reach it and remember passing on this opportunity. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix disclosed firmly, I want the best there is, and I will bring you anything you wanted to achieve my dream weapon. Good decision. Cyclope smiled. Felix's masters were also satisfied with his patience. In their eyes, a century could pass in the blink of an eye, but they knew that in Felix's perspective, it was a lot of time. We will talk about details when you bring me Mjolnir and assess the damage properly. Cyclope nodded while standing up. Felix and his masters stood up too, knowing that it was time for them to leave. Felix thanked him profusely before leaving with his masters. Although the main purpose of their visit had been entirely changed, he didn't dislike the outcome one bit. He knew that divine weapons as great as Mjolnir were few and between around the universe. With Cyclope retirement, they just became even more limited to the point not every primogenitor had one. After a century hopefully, he would be the owner of a masterpiece too. The first thing Felix did after leaving the meeting was contact Malak and update her on the situation. You can pause all efforts to gather those pieces. He ordered, I need you to contact Mendona's fisherman clan and try to purchase the Hammer Mountain. The Hammer Mountain? Malak asked with a confused tone. They will understand what you mean if you tell them. Felix stressed, this is critical to me, Malak. I need that Hammer Mountain at any cost. What's the budget for negotiation? Malak replied with a serious tone after realizing the significance of this mission. Even during the ruin exploration, Felix hadn't used such a tone. 5 billion SC for the Hammer Mountain. Felix said, 10 billions SC for the entire planet. If they refused to sell them, you can use my name. With Felix's current wealth, he knew that he could offer much more than this. But, he would rather not raise suspicion by overpricing the Hammer Mountain. He wasn't aware whether the clan realized the material's worth or not, but he understood that offering too much would make them more adamant at keeping it. If none of the above worked, I will be handling it in person. Felix said coldly. I hope for their sake they finalize the deal with me. Malik knew that Felix couldn't be dealt with any more in the real world if he decided to screw with someone. Felix might not be able to use the scanned void creatures since they were considered as his responsibility, but he could easily rope in a few more millions and send them to the Mendonis clan for a polite visit. What could they do to defend themselves against this void invasion? Even if they knew that it was his doing, they couldn't prove it before the Queen AI since the void creatures weren't registered. In her eyes, they were simply unlucky to be invaded by them. I hope so too for their own sake. Felix said before hanging up. Felix wasn't going to take a no for an answer. If money or owing him a favor didn't move them, then he wouldn't hesitate to use violence. This was how the universe worked: if you wanted something, take it. Because the same would happen if someone desired something from him. If Felix wasn't strong or knew how to hide, he would have already been caught by hundreds of backgrounds and ripped apart for his secrets. He never cursed them, he never whined that it was unfair, he simply accepted it as normal and adapted to it. That's because he knew that when the time comes, he would do the same thing as them to others. Chapter 843, The Last Game of the Event. Now that you have dealt with Mjolnir's situation, how about we return to our previous discussion about your void domain? Lady Sphinx initiated the conversation immediately after they returned. When the game ended, Felix didn't bring the subject since he wanted to take a quick nap in the bathtub to relax after the finals. Yes, we stopped at the good part. Felix said enthusiastically. Everyone's ears perked to hear Lady Sphinx's research results and what method she found out that could help Felix keep both his void domain and void immunity. At the start, I tried to find a way that can allow you to obtain void immunity. Lady Sphinx shook her head, but, after countless fundamental failures, I realized that it is simply impossible to make a life form immune to void without having the proper genetics for it. So, I turned to Lord Cows's bloodline, believing that I can extract the genetics responsible for void immunity. My thought process was simple. Extract those genetics and infuse them inside your bloodstream after you replace Lord Cow's bloodline. This will in turn replace one of your new bloodline's abilities with void immunity. Lady Sphinx reasoned, but you will be having also void domain etched permanently, so it's a worthy trade. No doubt. Felix nodded in agreement. Void domain was an ultimate ability that could never be compared with other abilities. If it required him to give up on an ability of his new bloodline to keep it as well as void immunity, he wouldn't hesitate to make the trade-off. He understood that he would be required to keep doing this every time he replaced a bloodline. After all, his void immunity would be replaced again when he attempted to go for another replacement. Still, there was no issue with the plan. Unfortunately, I failed at the first step. Lady Sphinx shook her head. I wasn't able to locate the genetics code responsible for the void immunity. It's like a maze with trillions of paths and I need to find a needle somewhere on it. Although Lady Sphinx's genetics mastery was overshadowing everyone in the universe, she was still left stumped with this issue. I even dropped tens of ongoing projects under my copies to assist me in locating the genetics code, but to no avail. So, I went with my second best idea. Lady Sphinx shared, I decided to extract genome sequence responsible for your void immunity from your bloodline by using a modified genome specifier needle. Felix was surprised to hear her mention the genome specifier needle. Ever since he took on this unique bloodline path, he completely forgot that it even existed. This device was used by the rest of bloodliners to extract genome sequence for their abilities. When they finish, they utilize another device called the imprinter to etch the extracted ability in their 1% human bloodline. Meanwhile, Felix didn't need to go through this. One thought by the tenants in his consciousness space was enough to edge any ability he desired. Your human system was my inspiration for my ideas. Lady Sphinx admitted before shaking her head, though, the genome needles or the imprinter can't do their job properly when used on a primogenitor's bloodline. I had to modify them significantly, and I still fail most of the time to lock on the desired genome sequence. So, it hasn't been perfected yet. Thor wondered. Not yet. Lady Sphinx shared, but, I am confident that it won't take more than a year to finish the modification of those devices. Lady Sphinx wasn't planning on testing the devices on Felix when they weren't 100% accurate. She knew that when it came to genes, everything needed to be precise and accurate. Otherwise, the damage caused would be irreversible to Felix's body. I don't mind waiting a year. I still have to reach the Devourer's 6th mark. Felix smiled, I am just glad that I can keep both void domain and immunity. Although the method wasn't perfect as Lady Sphinx said, but it was something at least. But, how are you going to replace an ability with another? Felix said with a serious tone, it is already proven that doing so result in nothing but deformation and even death. Human researchers had already attempted to extract abilities and imprint new ones, hoping to create a more diverse system for bloodliners. Alas, forced genetic manipulation resulted in the mentioned two terrible outcomes. In the end, the human researchers warned bloodliners to never attempt and replace their abilities forcefully. The human body was a miracle, and even in this advanced age, it had yet to be fully understood. You don't have to worry about that. Lady Sphinx assured calmly, my copies are working on a solution as we speak. If the abilities replaced were for bestial bloodlines, Lady Sphinx wouldn't need to put even a single copy on this experiment. But when it came primogenitor's bloodlines, everything had to be perfect. I really want to learn genetic manipulation too. Felix expressed, as you mentioned before, the key to humans' uprising is mastering our own genetics instead of relying on beasts' bloodlines. Ever since the day Felix learned about alchemy, he wanted to learn about all its branches of study instead of mastering only potion making. Specifically, genetic manipulation. However, he was still an apprentice in potion making to dare bring out this matter before Lady Sphinx. The realm of genetics isn't as simple as it seems. Lady Sphinx shook her head, you already have too much on your plate to include another field of study. I understand. Although he didn't want to admit it, he knew that she was right. He still hadn't learned even rank 5 potions. In addition, he was still required to master the conversion technique of 2 elements. All of this without mentioning his daily training regime with his masters. I will think about it when you master at least 10 rank 5 potions. Lady Sphinx promised, not able to say no to Felix when he was eager to gain knowledge. I will try my best. Felix assured with a serious tone. He was now capable of concocting 3-star difficulty rank 4 potions. In his eyes, it was nothing since he was hanging with Lady Sphinx, the founder of the entire field, but, if the news ever get out in the Witch Empire, everything would grind to a halt. That's because it meant that Felix was considered as a Grandmaster Podiwunner at the mere age of 24. His progress was even more frightening than Queen Allura since she was learning potion making from a young age and nothing else. Without a single doubt, the moment Felix became a sage Podiwunner, he would turn the Witch Empire upside down. Sometime later, Felix could be seen sitting on his living room couch while having a couple of holograms floating around him. He was narrowing his eyes in concentration at the hologram with the details of the third and last game of this event. The more he read, the bigger his frown got. Who could blame him? The game was truly going to be a unique experience and pose an unsurmountable challenge to all players. / Game Platform, Custom Game Mode. Game Format, Player vs Environment, PvE. Game Name, The Tower of Ancestors. Teams participating, 12. Items allowed, Artifacts, Symbiote-based items, Nano-based items. Prize pool, None. Rules of the game. 1. All teams would be placed at the ground floor of the Tower of Ancestors. 2. The teams would be shown 12 sets of stairs. Those staircases were leading to the first floor of the tower. 3. The first 4 floors of the tower would have many types of missions randomized for each team. Monsters waves, mirror battles, puzzle problems, illusionary scenarios, etc. 4. The teams must figure out the condition to finish the missions successfully. Concluding a mission gives you the right to climb to the next floor. 5. The 5th floor of the tower would not have those challenges. Instead, the teams would be faced with a randomized copy of a primogenitor at 1% of his/her strength. 6. Getting killed by the primogenitor copy wasn't definitive. The players were allowed to be respawned after 5 minutes and retry again. 7. There were 2 ways to pass the 5th floor successfully, either kill the primogenitor or provide a praiseworthy performance and get approved by the real primogenitor of that copy. 8. The 10th floor would have another primogenitor but at 5% strength, the 15th floor would have a primogenitor with 10% strength, the 20th floor would have a primogenitor with 15% strength, and so on. 9. There would be instances where teams would face each other in one of those ancestral's floors. In this case, the first team to slay the ancestor's copy would be given the right to climb. The loser team would be dropped by 1 floor. 10. Players might have limitations imposed on their strength and items based on the mission in each floor. 11. The difficulty in missions rise significantly after each ancestral's floor gets cleared. 12. Alliances were allowed within those floors but no contracts would be drafted. 13. The tower consisted of 50 floors. The team that climbed the highest in 3 days' duration would be proclaimed as the final winner. For more information, please open your SG profile interface. Good luck to all champions // Chapter 844, Fighting Thor. This will be a brutal one for you. Asna commentated. Tell me about it. Felix sighed while massaging his temples. Ever since he read the details about this game during the ceremony, Felix knew that it was going to be the most difficult game in his life. Just the normal floors weren't going to be easy to pass when he had 4 other teammates relying on him. Don't even mention the ancestral floors. The notion of fighting primogenitors always sent goosebumps through his spine. The only thing that was easing his heart was the void domain. You don't have to worry too much. Thor assured, the copies will have a mere fraction of our strength. Most importantly, they are still just AI dummies without the extensive experience and fighting sense that all primogenitors had. If it was going to be easy, I doubt they would have allowed us to respawn infinitely when fighting them. Felix smiled wryly. No matter how Thor tried to make him think less of the ancestral floors, Felix recognized that the fights weren't going to end well for most teams. He was confident that Cherif's team were going to be having a blast in this game due to their nukes. You also have Void Domain. Asna said, you are the only one with an ability capable of erasing primogenitors with a simple touch. Based on the game's details, it might work against the first primogenitor in the 5th floor. Felix soon shook his head, but, from the 10th floor and above, I am certain that the copies will be smart enough to avoid my domain at all cost. Although Felix had used his Void Domain many times as an offensive tool, he understood that it required many conditions for it to work. In this tower, the floors weren't shrinkable, and he wasn't planning to use his battle axe teleportation strategy since he would be losing his axe for the rest of the game. Meanwhile, the dragons could simply continue dropping nukes on those copies until they finally meet their match. By the time that happened, they would be already 2 ahead from most teams in terms of floors. Thankfully, luck will be playing a major role in this game. Felix hoped, I just wish it will be in my team's side. Asna and the others nodded their heads in agreement. The missions and the primogenitor's copies were going to be randomized. This signified that some teams would get lucky while others would experience absolute hell. For example, if the mermaids team landed against Siren, their own ancestor, they would not be capable of harming her with their sound abilities. Although the same applied to them, they would still be losing the game. After all, they were the ones rushed to kill Siren to climb the floor, not the opposite. In addition, it was possible to meet other teams in ancestral floors. Felix had no idea how this would be implemented since the rules hadn't explained it fully, but he recognized its importance. It will be truly the worst thing ever to get ambushed during a fight with a primogenitor. Felix soon grinned faintly, but it does provide a nice opportunity to deal with dragons. While others would prefer not meeting the dragons in this game, Felix was on the hunt for them. It wasn't because he was getting cocky after slaying 3, but he knew that it would be extremely challenging to win the race against 5 nuke launchers. He would rather fight with them and get rid of them before they pull too much distance from his team. Forget about luck and focus on training with your team in the next 3 days. Hormungandr advised, nothing is conclusive until it happens. It's not like we can train against primogenitor's copies. Felix said. Primogenitors refused giving permission for others to use their copies. Since there was almost non-existent data about them in the public network, it was impossible to create other copies with that data. Why need copies when you have 3 primogenitors as your sparring partners? Thor cracked his knuckles with a faint grin. I don't mind stretching my limbs a bit. Felix gulped a mouthful in fear at the thought of fighting Thor while he still had his lightning manipulation. Although he had given his lightning manipulation, he could easily regain it back with a simple request from Queen AI. Felix never actually fought him or Hormungandr before, since it would be a mere waste of time for all of them. Sure, he got his ass whopped many times by them, and they taught him hand-to-hand combat, but an actual fight never occurred. Don't include me in your barbaric battles. Lady Sphinx waved her hand in rejection. Since you are participating in the event, your copy will make an appearance. Thor informed, he might end up fighting against you. Then, he should call himself lucky. Lady Sphinx said calmly, I am easily beatable compared to the rest. Yeah, right. Thor's eyelids twitched. He knew that Lady Sphinx might present herself always as a pacifist, but she had her own shares of fights during the primogenitor's era. After all, peaceful talks weren't always an option to get what she wanted. Lady Sphinx wanted many things due to her overbearing curiosity. Lady Sphinx glanced at Felix and sighed, fine, one fight. Felix didn't know if he should feel excited that he would be finally fighting actual primogenitors or feel terrified. Whatever it was, he didn't intend to waste this learning opportunity. Half an hour later, Felix could be seen standing next to his masters while being accompanied by his teammates and Elder Aspidicalone. They had been informed about the sparring session with Felix's masters, making them react exactly like Felix. I will be using 1% of my strength. Thor informed while gulping a mouthful of wine. Old Snake will fight you with 5%, and Brother Aspidicalone will join the fun with 10% of his strength. Last but not least, you will be dealing with Lady Sphinx at 15% of her strength. Understood? Yes. Felix and the rest of his team nodded their heads firmly. Let's begin then. Thor snapped his fingers and teleported himself above a vast jungle, knowing that the floors in the tower would be even bigger than this. Soon, Felix, Weber, Rotspon, Nina, and Slagwing were teleported a few kilometers away from him. Thor had no idea about their location. Even though this was just a spar, Felix wanted it to feel as real as possible. I will locate him, stay in defensive formation until I return. Felix commanded while jumping within the Void Realm. It didn't take him even a few seconds before he located Thor. He found him sitting above 2 giant bolts of lightning while pouring a bottle of hard liquor down his throat. How is he doing this? Felix stared at the bolts of lightning in awe, feeling too mesmerized by the view to bother returning to his teammates. The lightning bolts were literally making thunderous sounds every so often while remaining static in the air. It was simply illogical in his eyes. He isn't called the god of thunder for no reason, kiddo. Hormungandr smiled, this is nothing for him. You better not underestimate him because he is using just 1% of his total strength. I never had such thoughts. Felix regained his composure and swiftly relayed the intel back to his team. Master is chilling in the center of the map, he is clearly underestimating us and believing that it's impossible to beat him. Felix narrowed his eyes in focus as he planned with his team, this meant our best shot to kill him is our first move. It needs to be deadly, unexpected, and unblockable. How do you suggest we do this, genius? Slagwing scoffed, Elder Thor will not fall to your schemes when he is literally your master. You are an open book before him. Although he said it in a shitty way, Slagwing was right in his reasoning. Felix didn't argue with him. Instead, he proposed a solution with a faint smirk, that's why I am not the one creating a plan for this battle, it will be you guys. Thor would predict almost any plan that Felix attempted to pull off against him. But, the same couldn't be said about the others. In fact, Felix believed that Thor would end up tunneling on him solely and ignore his teammates, making them his biggest assets. How the hell are we supposed to come up with a plan against a primogenitor? Slagwings retorted. That's your problem. Felix shrugged his shoulders as he warned, just so you know, if you don't come with anything, I will consider replacing one of you with Barbie Claw. You. Slagwing's expression turned ugly instantly. He knew that Felix would target him since he was the only one still not accepting having him in the team. Because Felix was the captain, he had the right to replace anyone he wanted. Elder Aspidic alone would not reject him even if he wanted to replace Slagwing with Barbie Claw at the moment. But, Felix still wanted to give him an opportunity to change his mind. Less glaring and more thinking. Felix warned, Master isn't the most patient. If we don't act soon, he will grow bored and come looking for us on his own. Chapter 845, Are we being scammed? Upon hearing so, his teammates stopped wasting time and began discussing with each other on viable ways to ambush Thor. Although Felix didn't take part in it, he offered his input once in a while. Yet still, they never managed to come out with a legit plan that satisfied all of them. Seconds went by then minutes, the only thing they did was move out their location to underground. They sure are taking a while. Thor stretched his shoulders lazily before standing up on those two lightning bolts. Then, there was no then, he completely disappeared out of sight, leaving behind him a deafening thunderous explosion. Thor understood that their copies would not give them even 2 minutes before they locate them at the ancestral floor. He already did them a favor by waiting an entire 5 minutes. They must be underground. Thor thought after he finished scouting the jungle without any results. Because he was at mere 1% of his strength, his senses had been dulled to the point they were as good as the dragons. If he was at his peak, he would have easily located them by simply sensing the electrical discharges within their bodies. After all, the nervous system of most life forms relies on electricity to deliver signals between the brain and the body. It's pain in the ass to follow them underground. Thor stopped bothering with trying to locate them and simply returned to his position. However, he didn't restart drinking again but pointed his finger at the crystal clear sky. He is really too lazy. Aspidic alone chuckled as he watched grey cloud gather above the jungle. The sun was completely hidden by the gloomy clouds, not allowing even a small ray of light to escape through the cracks. Rumble rumble. In a few moments, flashes of light began to appear on the clouds while followed by thunderous blasts. They were loud enough they echoed through the entire jungle. The jungle wasn't as big as the Amazon, but it was still vast enough it surpassed tens of square kilometers. Yet, the thunderstorm was shrouding it entirely. Boom boom. The show has begun. Hormungandr smiled faintly as he watched tens of lightning bolts strike down the trees randomly. They get set on fire immediately, making it even worse. With each passing second, the lightning bolts' numbers doubled while turning much thicker and scarier. In less than 10 seconds, fire was raging all over the jungle. Yet, the lightning bolts were still increasing in numbers continuously. Burning trees began crushing on the ground or on each other, creating faint tremors throughout the entire jungle. The moment those tremors became frequent, the heavenly turtles started sensing them. At the moment, they were hiding at least 50 kilometers below the ground, knowing that no amount of caution would be enough against a primogenitor. Something is going on the surface. Nina shared with a frown. I am feeling it too. Weber nodded. I will go check. Felix nodded in understanding, trusting in their senses. He jumped within the void realm and reached the surface in an instant. The moment Felix spotted the ongoing apocalyptic scene, his jaw was dropped in disbelief. What the f*** am I watching? Felix ought to feel this way when he was observing the craziest phenomenon in his life. The sky was raining lightning bolts, literally. It was almost impossible to see a single damn thing or hear anything due to the flashes of lightning bolts and the thunderclaps. With widened eyes and chills coursing on his spine, Felix could only stare at the jungle getting absolutely demolished. Even the fire was being put off forcefully due to the lightning bolts striking the same place over and over again without any clear sight of stopping. When Felix noticed that Thor drinking liquor causally under the thunderstorm, he had absolutely no idea what to think. He could see that Thor was absorbing the lightning and releasing it automatically, creating a giant field of electricity. How the hell are we supposed to fight? Felix's heart sunk to the bottom of his stomach at the thought of his teammates emerging on the surface. With his lightning immunity, this was heaven to him, but for his teammates? He knew that they would be forced to remain hidden within their shells, if they wanted to avoid turning into barbecued turtles. To make matters worse, any Earth-based ability that they use would end up shattering to pieces after being struck by tens of lightning bolts in a single second window. In other words, as long as the thunderstorm remained, Felix was on his own. Are we being scammed here? Felix cried inwardly, how is this 1% of his strength? For the first time, Felix had a small taste of what the god of thunder was capable of. He never dared to underestimate Thor even though his strength was limited to 1%. Yet, he still didn't expect that it would be this bad. Felix swiftly returned to his teammates and updated them. All of them felt their blood run cold at the notion of resurfacing under a rain of lightning. What should we do? Weber asked in agitation, should we wait until he runs out of energy or what? We should. Nina said, I doubt he can maintain such a big and active thundercloud for long. Since Thor was at 1% of his strength, this meant that his elemental pool was limited too. No. Still, Felix rejected their strategy. He knew that Thor wouldn't make such a rookie mistake of showing off this magnificent thundercloud without being able to sustain it for a long period of time. Knowing that he had already mastered the conversion technique made him understand that Thor was actively converting a flood of neutral energy to lightning energy as they speak. This would ensure that the thundercloud would remain for at least 30 minutes or more. We received a massive opportunity in our hands to fight with 4 primogenitors. Felix said composedly, let's not waste it by being cowardly. Agreed. Rotspawn nodded, our ancestor will not be pleased if we remained hiding for more than 15 minutes. Plus, the Tower of Ancestor is still a race to the top. We can't play it too slow lest we end up being left behind by the other teams. Weber added. Whether they liked it or not, they needed to come out of their hiding and take up Thor's challenge. Since I am the only one with immunity to lightning, I will keep pressuring him until he gets forced to deactivate this thunderstorm. Felix informed, the moment that happen, you will resurface and attack together. Now that Thor had made the first move, there was no point in letting them create a plan on their own. When Felix received his teammates' confirmation, he swiftly returned to the surface from the void realm. He went to the corner of the scorched black forest and emerged. Crackle! Crackle! The moment his feet touched the ground, he felt an euphoric sensation after getting struck by numerous lightning bolts. He didn't need to wear anything as his body was completely shrouded in bright electrical charges, making it impossible to stare at him for even a second. When can I reach this level of lightning manipulation? Felix's heart raced at the overflowing energy within him. He felt so light and strong, he believed that it would be possible to slay a dragon in less than a second with battle-axe. He didn't know if that a mere misconception, or he could pull it off. Whatever it was, he wanted to reach at least this height in lightning manipulation. Without further ado, Felix beamed his crescent battle-axe. Boom boom! Just like the sky had been angered with an intruder, hundreds of lightning bolts focused on Battle's head. Crap! Felix cursed after seeing that Battle-Axe's head was turning extremely red due to the heat carried in those bolts. He completely forgot that some material mixed within it were electricity conductors. Although those lightning bolts weren't enough to crack the Battle-Axe, Felix knew that the head would most definitely start melting if it remained for longer than a minute under this never-ending barrage. What's worse, the vines were also starting to emit a burnt smell while turning black. Felix swiftly beamed the battle-axe back within his spatial card with a frustrated look. His chances to defeat Thor had just gotten even slimmer before he even got close to him. *CK it, he can't kill me with lightning and his physical strength has been reduced to an abysmal level. Felix steeled his guts and dashed at a supersonic speed towards the center of the map, not caring about wasting his stored lightning. Under this thunderstorm, he was being recharged continuously. There you are! Thor smiled a little after sensing an irregular discharge of electricity a few kilometers up north. He recognized that it belonged to Felix in a heartbeat. Hee, let's bully him for a bit. Chapter 846, Parasitic Discharge. Thor snapped his fingers causally and appeared before Felix akin to a ghost, scaring the shit out of him. Boom! With a faint grin, Thor struck Felix in the stomach with his elbow, resulting in him smashing through countless destroyed trees on the ground. Before he stopped, Thor teleported behind Felix through the lightning bolts and kneed him in his lower back. Crack! Felix's expression twisted in agony after his spine got fractured. Because of Thor's strength being limited significantly, he wouldn't have even been able to cause such damage. However, he was relying on the momentum of Felix's body to enhance the power of his strikes. That's why, he kept teleporting always next to Felix the moment he reached his peak momentum and then deliver a deadly strike to his vitals. Boom boom boom! Asna, and the primogenitors could only watch Felix receiving the beating of a lifetime without being able to even escape from Thor's grasp. Thor's strength might be limited but his experience and honed battle instincts are simply too godly compared to Felix. Lady Sphinx commentated calmly. Felix realized this as well after his counterattacks kept failing miserably. To make matters worse, every time he blinked away, Thor was able to catch up to him in a split second and continue his thrashing. I need to force him away. Felix hardened expression and used his void domain. The instant Thor spotted the emerging dark sphere, he cancelled his kick halfway and transmuted himself into electricity before pulling away from Felix. Under this apocalyptic thunderstorm, Thor was almost untouchable due to his transmutation ability. You can't hide forever, little Felix. Thor said playfully while watching the small-sized void domain consume his lightning bolts silently. Felix knew that the void domain was merely a temporary solution. He was bound to run out of void energy at any moment if he didn't cancel it. Hence, he swiftly created a void rift and jumped within it. Thor watched him do so casually, knowing that Felix was bound to come out. As his master, he knew that this beatdown was still not enough to break his mentality. Lightning transmutation was really wasted on me. After seeing transmutation true horror in the right environment, Felix began regretting a little giving up on it to keep his lightning-quick reflexes. It was simply too powerful, making Thor untouchable. But, when he remembered the many benefits his lightning-quick reflexes gave him, he dropped the thought and refocused on making a new plan. He could always learn lightning transmutation, but he could not get his lightning absorbers ever again. As long as he keeps teleporting by transmuting into electricity, he will always be faster than anything I use. Felix frowned as he pondered, is there another way to win besides waiting until he exhausts his ener? Rumble rumble! Before Felix could finish his thought, Thor snapped his finger and dissipated the thunderclouds. The lightning bolts began decreasing in numbers until peacefulness had been returned to the jungle. The only noticeable difference was the burnt-down forest to the ground and the raising ashes, creating new black clouds in the sky. Is he making it easier for us? Felix knitted his eyebrows in displeasure. He understood that defeating Thor wasn't going to be easy, but he didn't want him to go soft on them. After all, he was supposed to use 1% of his strength and go all out with it to make them recognize how difficult it would be to pass the ancestral floors. Just as Felix's thoughts were getting dark, his heart skipped a beat when he saw the ground shaking and Thor grinning faintly while clutching a blinding golden lightning bolt. OF*CK. He instantly realized that he was mistaken about Thor's purpose of removing his thundercloud. He wasn't trying to make it easy on them but to bait out Felix's teammates. As expected, he knew Felix too well. He easily predicted that he was trying to get rid of the thunderclouds to give his teammates a better battlefield. Whoosh! Felix jumped outside of the void rift and waited for his AP bracelet to get created, wanting to send a warning to his teammates as fast as possible. Not happening, kiddo. Thor smirked faintly as he hurled the golden lightning bolt at him, forcing Felix to return within his void rift. Knowing that Thor was onto him, Felix quickly teleported a few kilometers away from Thor and exited the void realm again. The moment his AP bracelet was created, he swiftly shouted in agitation, "Don't come out!" Alas, he was still a tad too late. Thor didn't wait for the heavenly turtles to resurface after finding their location. He transmuted himself into an illuminating milky white lightning bolt and charged at the ground. Retreat now, Goo! Just as Weber wanted to turn around, his eyes picked up a blinding light coming from above him, forcing him to squint. Before he could comprehend what it was, the lightning bolt struck him exactly in the face. SZLZLZLZZLZL. Electricity coursed through Weber's gigantic body, making him spasm in his place with his eyes rolled at the back of his head. Weber! Rotspawn and the others shouted at him with terrified looks, not daring to approach him after seeing that he was completely covered with electricity. In a few seconds, Weber stopped his seizure and laid in the tunnel with his limbs stretched out. They were emitting smoke and a smell of a burnt animal. When his teammates tried to sense his heartbeats, they were horrified to hear nothing but utter silence. He couldn't be any more dead. SZLZLZLZLZLZ. Unfortunately for them, Thor disliked wasting time when he could spend it drinking liquor. He popped in front of Slagwing suddenly while materializing into a humanized electrical charge. Then, he smiled creepily and said, "For the rest of you, I will give you a small demonstration of what you should be worried about when facing my copy." Just as they tried to regain their wits, Thor pointed 3 fingers at them and fired small electrical discharge at their heads. They were so small, they weren't able to evade them even when they saw them coming. All of them felt their hearts sink to the bottom of their stomach at the thought of being hit by Thor's weird ability. Weber's burnt-down corpse was still near them as a reminder that Thor wasn't a boaster. "Hey! I feel nothing." "Same." "Did it fail?" However, after a moment or two, all of them raised their eyebrows in surprise after realizing that nothing much changed within them. Thor had already disappeared, leaving them a bit bewildered about the situation. "What's going on down there? Are you all well?" Queen delivered a message from Felix. Although it was monotonous, they could hear Felix's distressed voice. "Weber is down, but we are still fine, I think. Elder Thor has, little idiot, are you ready to witness one of my favorite abilities?" Felix and the rest were shocked speechless to hear Rotspawn deliver such a message to everyone. It was so random and out of place, all of them had no idea how to react properly. "Boom boom! What the hell? I can't control my body!" Rotspawn screamed in terror as he watched his limbs started to dig towards the surface. "Me too! What's going on?" Nina and Slagwing soon realized that he wasn't the only one who lost complete control over his body. They began digging upward, following him. In a few moments, they emerged on the surface with a dumbfounded and agitated expressions. "Do you know what happened to them?" Abruptly, Thor asked causally after appearing next to Felix in the same humanoid electrical form. When Felix noticed that Thor wasn't planning on attacking him, he didn't move an inch. How would I know? Felix gulped a mouthful at the sight of his teammates sitting causally with frightened looks. At the moment, he was hearing his teammates' unsettling messages about losing complete control over their bodies. I used this. Thor smiled faintly as he created a tiny common discharge. Felix looked at it closely and realized that it was nothing but a simple common discharge. In fact, he doubted that it could even affect a normal civilian due to its low voltage. You are right, it's just a common discharge, but in my hands. Thor chuckled and said, I turned it into a parasite. Parasite. Felix's eyes widened in disbelief. This was one of the last terms he ever dared of dreaming about it being used to describe a lightning ability. By infusing it within life forms, I am capable of taking complete control over their signal system responsible over their thoughts, behaviors, movements, and feelings, most importantly. Thor smiled faintly and pointed his finger at Rot's pawn, I can even control their elemental manipulation. With widened eyes in disbelief, Felix watched Rot's pawn open his jaw widely and release a flood of mud in his direction against his will. Felix was forced to evade the attack even though his thoughts were in complete disarray. Not once did he expect the fight to end up like this. Chapter 847, Can't be defeated. F***ing hell. I can't stop it. Rot's pawn cried in his mind as he kept firing a torrent of mud at Felix uncontrollably. He felt like he was a mere spectator within his own body. Hell, he was certain that even his emotions could be manipulated if Thor wanted. I am quite certain that my copy will be using this ability against you guys if you end up fighting it in the 5th floor. Thor informed calmly while controlling the 3 heavenly turtles to keep pressuring Felix. Felix couldn't do anything but keep evading their attacks. He was unable to fight back, neither could he target Thor when he was in a complete elemental form, making him untouchable. So, I advise you to think of a way to free them out of my restraint. Thor said. Upon hearing so, Felix realized that Thor wouldn't have said that if this abnormal ability wasn't without limitation. The infused parasitic discharge must have hijacked their nervous system and not completely destroyed it. Felix pondered as he kept dodging all sorts of earth-based abilities. This allows Master to control them with his external manipulation. Felix understood that controlling someone mentally was 1,000 times much easier than this. After all, mind controlling someone simply enables the controller to give out orders to the affected individual. He would be carrying them out subconsciously. On the other hand, the parasitic discharge gives complete manual control to the body and mind. This allowed Thor to be more free in his control to the point he could even use elemental abilities by sending out the appropriate signals, but at the same time, it had a heavy toll on the mind. Felix knew that if it was him, he wouldn't even be able to control a frog to walk. It's unfathomable how can he achieve such a complex control over 3 bodies remotely, but as long as I get rid of the discharge, they will be freed from his control. Without further ado, Felix blinked next to Rotspawn's left leg and released a high disorienting voltage through his skin. Rotspawn started spasming for a few moments before falling into the ground without a single ounce of strength in his limbs. What did you do, Captain? I can't felnything. Rotspawn exclaimed in horror as he remained static on the ground, not moving an inch. Did I just paralyze him? Felix frowned while sensing the electrical signals within Rotspawn's body. They were faint throughout his entire body, and they were getting fainter. Felix realized that Rotspawn's organs would start failing in a few seconds at best. In half a minute, his brain would shut down entirely. Why do you think I never taught you this ability before? Thor shook his head as he appeared above Felix. Forget the difficult manual control part, you won't even be able to hijack someone's nervous system. Thor explained calmly, it's a very delicate process that requires a perfect understanding of the nervous system of the life form you are trying to control. That common discharge has been created with the perfect voltage to infuse itself within your teammate's nervous system. If it's lower, they won't even sense it, if it's higher, they might feel a tiny prick on their skin. Thor stressed, it has to be flawless. No wonder. The fog had been cleared out of Felix's mind after hearing his explanation. He believed that by shocking his teammates' nervous system, he might be able to remove the parasitic discharge and give them their control back. Unfortunately, his interference had made it much worse as the moment he tried to kill off the discharge, Thor simply decided to kill off the host. It wasn't that hard when he literally controlled his emotions and even thoughts. Does this mean the only two options left are either force you out of your external manipulation range or avoid being invaded by those parasitic discharges from the get-go? Felix didn't like those two options one bit. Kicking off Thor out of his external manipulation was almost impossible when he could simply transmute into lightning. As for avoiding the parasitic discharges, it wouldn't be easy when they were so small, it was almost impossible to spot them. You should understand now. Thor comforted, your goal isn't to defeat or kill a primogenitor copy but to impress us, so we can allow you to pass the ancestral floors. I see. Felix sighed exasperatedly. Although he knew that defeating Thor wasn't going to be an easy task, he didn't expect him to be this difficult to deal with even he had just 1% of his strength. Although the copies in the game were going to be much easier to handle than dealing with the real deal, Felix already dropped any thoughts he had about killing them. He couldn't even handle Thor while he had lightning immunity, he didn't dare what would happen to him when he lands against other primogenitors. Right now, he would be happy if his team's performance had warranted him a pass to the next floor. Prepare for your next fight. Thor clapped his hands and teleported everyone outside the jungle, we are done here. There was no point in fighting when he had taken control over Felix's team and making sure that it would be impossible for Felix to save them. Did you have to demoralize them this hard? Aspidicelone scolded Thor after seeing his descendants' depressed expressions. They had to understand what they will be dealing with. Thor shrugged his shoulders as he beamed a bottle of dark liquor. Let's take a 10-minute break. Hormungandr proposed, knowing that fighting them at the moment wouldn't benefit them at all. The entire purpose of the spar was to teach them and set them straight for their upcoming game, not to bully them. So, after seeing that some color had been restored in their faces, Hormungandr challenged them with 5% of his strength. Go easy on us, master. Felix coughed. You don't have to worry. Hormungandr smiled, I will be using 2-3 abilities at best. 3 ability. Felix gulped audibly, feeling even more nervous at the sound of that. Too bad, Hormungandr didn't intend to explain any further. He teleported them to a medieval city with a ruined towering castle and destroyed wooden houses. Even the walls surrounding the town weren't spared as they were completely toppled over. Felix and his team were placed near the northern wall while Hormungandr had teleported himself to the center. How are we going to fight him? Weber shivered, I can't even imagine what he can do with 5% of his strength. With all due respect to Elder Hormungandr, he is still a poison user. Slagwing smirked, we just need to protect our skin with a solid armor and refrain from reducing our breathing to the minimum. Agreed. Nina nodded, Captain is immune to poison, and we can easily hold our breaths for hours without an issue to our performance. We just have to worry about his physical strength. Rotspawn added. I doubt he will be fighting us with his fists. Slagwing smirked, it's already known that Elder Thor and Elder Hormungandr are rivals. Since Elder Thor has defeated us while using mostly his element, I firmly believe that Elder Hormungandr will do the same. True. We can actually win this. While his teammates were getting hyped up about killing his master, Felix remained as quiet as a mouse. He could see that his master was being underestimated due to his element. After all, there wasn't any good representation of poison element for a very long time now, making them subconsciously trust in their countermeasures. But Felix understood the true horror of poison in the right hands, he truly feared for his life in this fight even though he was immune to poison. Let them be happy while it lasts. Felix kept those thoughts to himself and began preparing to ambush Hormungandr. He didn't even need to scout ahead to know that Hormungandr must be waiting for them in the center of the map. In a few minutes, they agreed on a simple plan that should work if no one butchered his part. All of them moved at once, heading towards Hormungandr from different directions. They were wearing brown solid armor that covered every inch of their skin, exposing only their eyes. Meanwhile, Felix didn't jump into Void Realm as he hid within Weber's shell while carrying his battle axe. When everyone got to their locations, he asked if they were ready. The moment he received confirmation, he gave out the order to attack simultaneously. Whoosh whoosh! The 4 turtles began hurling giant solid boulders, spears, swords, and all sort of ranged abilities at the chilling Hormungandr. Keep it up! Felix stressed as he watched Hormungandr evade the abilities effortlessly, even when it was impossible to be dodged. He simply waved his hand and the boulders get blown out into tiny fragments. It was a futile offense since Hormungandr possessed 5% of his strength, which meant his physical defenses were even more abnormal than dragons and heavenly turtles combined. Chapter 848, The Same Situation. Futile Attempts. Hormungandr shook his head while placing his hands together. Then, he mewed, True Poison X16, release. Poof! A humongous dark purplish cloud was released from Hormungandr's pores, covering hundreds of meters around him and still spreading rapidly towards Felix and his team. The hell? How is that possible? Is that really poison? Rotspawn and the others couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief at the sight of their abilities turning into purplish ashes the moment they get touched by the poisonous cloud. What's even more harrowing was the fact that buildings, ground tiles, plants, and anything in front of the cloud had been met with the same outcome. It was like a plague was being spread, a plague that didn't differentiate from life forms or objects. Run! Don't get touched by it! Felix shouted from within Weber's shell. But the PLA! Forget about the plan and just put your distance from it. Rotspawn and the rest dropped their assault immediately and retreated underground, knowing the poisonous cloud was going to be engulfing at least a few kilometers of distance in half a minute at best. Meanwhile, Felix had already dropped from Weber's shell and entered the Void Realm. Based on his hardened expression, he wasn't pleased with the current development. His previous plan was meant to use his teammates to distract Hormungandr for a few moments before throwing his laced battleaxe at him within the chaos. In that split second when the battleaxe would either pass by him or get blocked, he would teleport next to him while extending a small void domain within his palm. With a single direct punch, Hormungandr would be no more. Unfortunately, Hormungandr wasn't going to stay still for that to happen. Whoosh whoosh! The wind raged in the town, pushing the gigantic poisonous cloud further and further to the edges of the map. This is true poison. Felix didn't know if he should feel excited or scared at the sight of the poisonous cloud running rampant in the map. He wasn't told by Hormungandr, but he believed that the number of inducements merged to create this harrowing plague must have surpassed 100 at the minimum. On the other hand, the true poison that he used to slay Nethercutter had merely half that number or even less. Felix understood if he kept improving on his poison manipulation, he would start using this destructive poison that was as deadly as void energy. A short while later, the entire map had been engulfed completely with the poison, appearing like a purplish fog being sent from the depth of the abyss. Shit, it's the same situation as in the previous fight. Felix sighed in frustration. He knew that his team would be dead the instant they resurfaced and none of them could do anything about it. If dragons were in the same situation right now, they could simply fly high above and nuke the entire map, getting rid of the poisonous cloud in an instant. This was the reason Felix was worried heavily about the dragon's team. Their firepower could destroy most primogenitors' abilities that would make other teams struggle for hours. Unfortunately for him, Hormungandr wasn't done yet. Rise! He said calmly as he lifted his arms in the sky. The poisonous purplish cloud began split and morph into many humanoid and monstrous forms. In a few moments, thousands of towering misty purplish monsters were created. Some of them were holding into weapons and some of them had their entire bodies as weapons. Solidify! Hormungandr ordered. Whoosh whoosh! What remained of the misty cloud started rushing into those misty monsters, appearing like they were absorbing them. Instead of growing bigger, they were getting darker in shade. It didn't take even a couple of seconds before the monsters get thoroughly transformed into a solidified version of themselves. There was no more mist being released from them as they appeared as hard as boulders. Felix was left completely at loss for words at the sight of this emerging army. This was the first time ever he saw an army created purely from the deadliest poison in the universe. He couldn't even imagine how it would be possible to fight them when a single touch would lead anyone to get erased from existence. Seek them out! Hormungandr commanded calmly. Thud thud thud! The ground shook, and the atmosphere had been stiffened as those towering monsters began charging towards the tunnels. Because there were too many of them, the tunnels weren't going to support all of them at once. So, a few bestial-shaped creatures started to dig their own tunnels. They can do that. Felix was shocked to see that ground posed absolutely no resistance to those creatures. The poison was simply too potent, even the dirt was affected heavily by it. In a few moments, the majority of the army were already tailing Weber and the others, who had absolutely no idea about the current development. Knowing that it wasn't time to be spectating, Felix swiftly returned to his teammates and ordered them to prepare to battle underground. Did he send an army? Why is the ground shaking so much? Weber exclaimed. It's an army made out of that poisonous cloud. Felix warned them sternly, do not get touched by them at all cost. Isn't better to just escape? No, we have to fight. Felix denied it firmly. He understood that escaping now would merely buy them 15 minutes or 20 at best before they get placed in a much worse situation. Based on the digging speed of those abominations and their overwhelming numbers, he knew that it wouldn't take them forever to spread out through the underground. Since Hormungandr was still releasing poisonous cloud on the surface, this would make them get trapped underground. In the end, they would get killed without putting a decent fight, and he would be left alone again. Underground is our turf. Nina narrowed her eyes dangerously. Let's give them hell. The plan is simple. Felix swiftly ordered, Nina, Slagwing, you will be responsible for moderating the numbers of poison puppets. Since they decided to fight, Felix was going to make sure that it would be on their terms. So, instead of getting charged by thousands of poison puppets, he would be taking a dozen at each time with his teammates. Understood. The rest will be responsible for destroying the puppets. Felix stressed, to avoid getting contaminated in such a tight space, we will be always on the move. So, we separate the army into waves, and after dealing with one wave, we retreat to another location and repeat the same process. Rotspawn asked. That's it. Thud thud thud. The moment Felix said so, the ceiling of their tunnel started shaking to the point even Felix began feeling it. Reinforce the tunnel walls and get prepared. Felix commanded while tightening his fists, preparing to engage in close combat with the giant's puppets. He wanted to avoid using his battleaxe after seeing the poison's potency. In addition, he realized that breaking those puppets would do them no good. Here they come! Weber shouted after sensing the approaching noisy footsteps in all the surrounding tunnels. I will give you some light. Felix said as he covered his arms with electricity. Within such a vast tunnel, it was barely enough to light around his teammates. Yet, it was much better than utter darkness. Boom boom boom! I will take care of them! Felix yelled the instant he saw tens of poison puppets burst through the ceiling and aim at them with soulless eyes. Without an ounce of hesitation, he opened a large void rift and watched the poison puppets keep falling within the void realm continuously. The void rift was big enough it surpassed tens of meters, allowing Weber and the rest to focus entirely on the poison puppets coming from the sides. Mud flood. Weber and Rotspawn flooded the tunnels with sticky mud, which forced the poison puppets to slow down. Some of them even ended up getting drowned within it. Solidify. When they saw that the majority of poison puppets were caught, they swiftly hardened the mud. Close the tunnels now! Felix ordered immediately. Nina and Slagwing did as they were told and forced the tunnel to collapse behind the frozen puppets in the mud. Knowing that the puppets could easily dig through the rubble, Nina and Slagwing kept reinforcing it with boulders. My turn. Felix smiled coldly and blinked next to the caught puppets. Then, he created tiny void rifts within each one of them. This resulted in getting them erased from existence without leaving a single poisonous particle behind. Smart! Thor praised. If they had used brute force, they would end up making the situation even worse since the poison puppets will return to their misty forms. Unfortunately for them, the old snake knows better. Thor chuckled. Before Felix and the others could celebrate the success of their strategy, they were shocked to notice that the remaining poison puppets started exploding. Oh no! Chapter 849, Elle will never speak trash about poison again. Before Felix and the others could celebrate the success of their strategy, they were shocked to notice that the remaining poison puppets started exploding. Phew phew! Felix and the rest reacted extremely fast and used their abilities to take cover against the poisonous projectiles. Felix created many void rifts that acted as shields. On the other hand, his teammates hid within their shells while pulling giant solidified walls. Sadly, the poisonous fragments were too potent. They managed to penetrate past the walls and land on their shells. The moment they touched their shells, they bounced away, not able to penetrate it as well. However, they left many purplish discoloring on them that were being spread in a slow manner throughout their shells. *CK this, I am leaving. Not able to handle the bombardment anymore, Slagwing was the first to throw the towel and retreat downward by digging another tunnel. *retard. Felix cursed furiously after Slagwing bailed on his post. Felix knew that retreating was the only solution at the moment, and he intended to do so. However, it wasn't as simple as digging downward or jumping in the void realm. He knew that the only reason they were not being run over was due to Nina and Slagwing keeping the tunnels reinforced. Now that Slagwing had bailed on them without warning. Boom boom boom! Countless poison puppets broke through the rubble and charged towards them akin to suicide bombers. Felix knew that the moment they enter their range, they would start exploding yet again. Leave. I will cover your back. Felix commanded. We will be waiting for you. Weber, Nina, and Rotspawn didn't hesitate to follow Slagwing, knowing that Felix wouldn't be killed by those poison puppets no matter what. Boom boom! Since Nina left her post, the rest of the tunnels were broken through immediately. Felix wasn't concerned with the increased number of the poison puppets. He waited until the majority were near him and then activated his void domain. Just like Moat flying towards the fire, the poison puppets kept disappearing into the dark sphere. Although Felix had expanded it to the limit, many poison puppets had escaped the void domain and chased after his teammates by digging their own tunnels. It looks like Master isn't micromanaging them but still gives them general orders. Felix reasoned after seeing that the rest of the puppets kept avoiding his domain. When Felix did a quick calculation, he realized that his domain had barely killed more than 100 poison puppet. His void energy was on the verge of exhaustion for a mere 100 puppets. He didn't need to return to the surface to understand that Hormungandr was probably making thousands of additional puppets. He was absolutely right. Hormungandr could be seen chilling while continuously enlarging his already overwhelming army. 5% strength meant that his elemental pool could sustain making even 100,000 of those puppets if he wanted. This is hard, this is far too hard. Felix knitted his eyebrows. I understand that we merely need to impress the primogenitors to pass the floor, but how are we supposed to do that when each ability used can kill us numerous times? The only hope that Felix had about the game was the fact that the copies would not be as smart as the real deal. This would make it a bit easier to pull fast one on them, if not, they would get killed infinitely until the end of the game. Knowing that it was futile to keep his void domain active, Felix swiftly entered the void realm and used it as a shortcut to meet his teammates. However, when he arrived and saw their condition, he knew that the battle was already over. Captain, I don't feel so good," Weber said with a faint voice and droopy eyes. Felix wasn't focusing on his face but the purplish dots that were spreading all over his skin. They had already covered his entire shell, making Felix conclude that this was the doing of the poisonous fragments. "I can't believe the poison was potent enough to affect you through your shell." Felix smiled bitterly as he eyed the rest of his team. All of them exhibited the same symptoms as Weber. Felix knew that they had a mere half a minute or even less before the poison take their lives. "I will, never, speak, trash, about, poison, in my life, ever, a guy." Before Rotspong could finish his sentence, his eyes had been sealed shut. Weber, Nina, and Slagwing went away quietly a few seconds later. Felix didn't even try to save them with medicine, knowing that he would need hours first to research the poison composition, then, he needed to experiment several antidotes on them. Even then, it was doubtful if he could create the antidote for this horrendous poison. The moment Hormungandr sensed that his poison had taken the lives of Weber and the others, he snapped his finger and cancelled all of his abilities. As promised, he used 3 abilities: Poisonous Cloud, Poison Puppets, and lastly Puppet Explosion. They were more than enough to put them in utter despair without requiring Hormungandr to move even an inch from his position. After doing so, he teleported them outside the battlefield and rejoined the group. The moment Felix allowed his teammates to perish, he was considered as lost the fight. "Chins up, you guys did better than expected with the little knowledge you had about my abilities." Hormungandr comforted with a gentle smile after seeing their downcast expressions. Even Felix started to have his confidence crack a bit. "Indeed, I firmly believe that the fight will go in a different direction the next time." Aspidicellone nodded. It was common sense that fighting with intel was 100 times much better than doing so blindly. It allowed them to predict what was about to come and prepare for the worst situations. "Highly doubtful." Rotspon shook his head in frustration. "So what if we knew about Elder Hormungandr's killer poison or his other abilities? We still have no way of defending against them." Seconded. Nina sighed. "Our abilities get poisoned too, and if we get touched by the slightest particles, we end up dying either way. How can we fight like this?" Heavenly turtles were known for their indestructible shells and amazing earth manipulation. Sadly, against Hormungandra's true poison, they amount to nothing. "The only reason I survived both battles was because of my immunities." Felix smiled bitterly. "If we fought against Elder Cherif, Elder Erebus, or even Madame Kumiho, I will be the first to go if I don't hide in my void realm." For the first time in a very long while, Felix was given a reality check about his current strength. When he kept slaying dragons left and right, he was getting a bit overconfident in his strength, making him believe that he was close to the peak. After all, he was slaying members of one of the strongest races in the universe. In his eyes, even if he wasn't at the peak yet, he was getting there. But now? He realized that his void abilities, physical strength, smarts, and elemental manipulations meant absolutely nothing against the real deal. In fact, he wasn't even fighting with the real deal, just a tiny, tiny fraction of it. This was more than plenty for him to wave the white flag. When his masters read his thoughts, they couldn't help but give him funny looks. "Kid, you are still not even 30. Thor bumped Felix in the head as he chided. "Yet, you dare believe that you can defeat us? Even at 0.1%, any random primogenitor can still wipe the floor with you." Felix was used to his fast pace of improving. He forgot that the primogenitors didn't reach such a level of intellect and strength without their own struggles. They lived for billions of years for God's sake. The things they went through were simply unfathomable to Felix. Even if they lowered their strength below Felix and reduced their elemental manipulation, he would still receive the thrashing of a lifetime. You simply couldn't put a price on billions of years of experience. "I know now." At ease, Felix exhaled deeply after getting rid of those negative thoughts. He understood that his strength was still not even in the radar of primogenitors, but it didn't mean that it would always be like this. As long as he kept working hard, he was bound to achieve the same height. Take a break, you will be fighting Aspidic alone at 10% of his strength soon. Thor informed. With all due respect to Elder Aspidic alone, I doubt that will be helpful to us now. Felix shook his head as he asked, I prefer if you used just 5%. Felix wasn't delusional to believe that the outcome of their fight would be any better than the previous 2 battles. 5% was already enough to put them in utter despair. He would rather not find out what would happen to them against a primogenitor with 10% of his strength. Slow and steady, agreed. Aspidic alone smiled as he nodded in agreement. One more thing. Felix gave Slagwing an indifferent look and said, You are out. Chapter 850, Prince Domino. Before Slagwing could react, Felix congratulated Barbie Claw with a kind smile, You will be part of the main team from onward. I hope we see great things from you. You. His decision naturally didn't sit right with Slagwing as he glared at him furiously. Felix didn't give a shit about his opinion. He simply guided Barbie Claw about her new responsibilities in the main team, thoroughly ignoring Slagwing. There was simply no way he would be leaving Slagwing in the team when he bailed on his post without given the order by Felix. In the previous battle, no harm was done since they could be revived, but in the game? If he pulled off such a crap in one of the normal floors, he would most definitely end up killing 1 or 2 of his teammates. Felix didn't want that heavy toll on his mentality. Answers. Shut it. Aspidic alone glared at Slagwing the moment he noticed that he was going to ask for his help on the matter. Although he was the team's owner, the instant he promoted Felix to the captaincy, he washed his hands from the team entirely. Since Felix had been showing promising results in his games, he was more than satisfied with his leadership and wouldn't interfere even if he asked to change the entire team with new members. You brought this upon yourself. Barbie Claw scolded him telepathically. UB*TCH. I was doing all of this because of you. Slagwing snapped immediately after seeing that even his girlfriend wasn't on his side. That's the thing. Barbie Claw sneered coldly, I never asked you. You? How could you? Slagwing felt like his sanity was breaking apart. Ever since the day Felix met the team, he was always acting against him because he stole his girlfriend's spot in the main team. That's what he was telling himself, but in reality, he was simply too proud to admit that a human was much better than him. Barbie Claw and the rest had already accepted Felix and treated him as the captain. So, his entire excuse to be a dick and listen to Felix's orders had nothing to do with her. Well, at least his wish came through, and his girlfriend had returned to the main team. You will regret your decision immensely. Slagwing said calmly at Felix and Barbie Claw while suppressing the bottling rage within him. Felix wasn't concerned with his threat as he kept discussing with the team on ways to beat Aspidic alone. Mother****. Seeing that no one paid him any attention, Slagwing cursed furiously and went to sit at the corner. He wanted to storm off, but his ancestor didn't give him permission. So, he could only hang around even though he wanted dearly to jump on Felix and carve his entire body. 3 days later, Felix and his team could be seen standing in a straight line on the arena next to the other teams. Although there were just 12 teams, the atmosphere was far too tense. The players weren't tensed about fighting each other but naturally about dealing with the ancestral floors. Felix's team wasn't the only who received a proper education about the true terror of facing primogenitors. All the teams had understood that the majority of them would be stuck at the 10th floor unless they had impressed the primogenitors with some miraculous play. The only ones who seemed as cool as cucumber were the dragons, their calmness was just worsening it for the rest of the teams. It looks like you had a tough time preparing for this game. Michael popped out of nowhere and chuckled, but, I advise you not to focus merely on the ancestral floors, after all, the other floors are going to pose a real challenge too. Don't forget that you can die in them. Most players didn't require such a reminder as they were veterans and knew what they were doing. Seeing that no one appreciated his advice made Michael a bit vexed. Whatever, ask your questions, so we can start. How will the result be concluded if 2 or more teams are stuck on the same floor? As mentioned, most teams knew that they would be stuck at the 10th floor. If all of them got stuck at the second ancestral floor and the duration of the game ended, they had no idea who would be considered as the winner. It's doubtful if that would happen. Michael informed, the moment the primogenitors see that you are stuck against their copies, they will be teleporting you randomly to other teams' floors. This will enable you to team up and change the outcome of the battle. So, that's what they mean that there will be instances where teams will be meeting in the same floor. Felix nodded in understanding. Just like the rest, Felix knew that the difficulty on the ancestral floors were simply too high. However, if 2 teams or even 3 combined their efforts, defeating the primogenitors' copies wouldn't be a far-fetched fantasy. Even if they didn't, at least a good performance would be shown by one of the teams, allowing the primogenitors to push them past that floor. What if all teams gave a good performance? Will we be given the right to move forward together? No. Michael shook his head, only the best will be picked. The rest will be dropped by 1 floor. Everyone's expressions turned tense yet again. They understood that without the ability to draft contacts, the alliances would already be shaky enough. Now, they were told that no matter only the best performer would be moved up. They knew that the teams would start sabotaging each other when they realized that their performance was lacking compared to the other. This entailed that being in alliance might make the situation even worse than fighting the primogenitors' copies alone. There is no free lunch in the world. Michael shrugged his shoulders. If you want to partner up, you better be ready to handle the best and worst of your allies. It's best if we deal with the ancestral floors before they send us those burdens. Summer Spirit spoke telepathically with his teammates. Since he survived past the second game, he naturally was included in the team for the last game. There were 2 additions to the Dragons team after Felix wiped Nethercutter and Red Mercy. Surprisingly, the captaincy was given to the new member, who wasn't even considered as the substitute. Unlike the other Red Dragons, his skin color was leaning toward black than red, making him appear extra dreadful. He was much smaller than Summer Spirit and the others, yet the players nearby feared him even more. When someone glanced at him, their eyes always get lured to the giant purplish emerald in the center of his forehead. No. Emerlogis replied calmly, the only reason I decided to join the team this late is because of that human. We will play it slow and hope that he will be sent to our floor. As I said, Lord Sheriff will not be pleased with this. Summer Spirit frowned. As I told him, he doesn't need to care about my behaviors. Emerlogis eyed him indifferently, he will be winning his bet regardless of what I do. Whatever you say, Prince Domino. The rest of the dragons nodded respectfully. What a cheap shot, Brother Sheriff. Erebus scoffed, you actually included the MVP of the previous decade. He was the one who asked to join. Sheriff shrugged his shoulders carelessly, since he met all conditions, why will I reject him? Tisk, it looks like you are getting addicted to getting our treasures, you will go this far. Saurus clicked his tongue in criticism. The rest of the primogenitors were also quite displeased with Sheriff's last-minute addition. They knew that Emerlogis' level was nowhere near the rest of the teams even though he was still ranked as a Radiant player. In their eyes, if he wanted he could climb to the rank above Radiant with some effort, but, for some unknown reason, he dropped out of the platform and went off the grid for more than a decade now. God knows how strong he was at the moment and the primogenitors didn't like it when the odds get screwed with this badly. Unfortunately, they could only criticize Sheriff for being shameless enough to include him, he truly didn't break any rules. Prince Domino, the youngest son of the current Dragon Elder. Felix eyed the black-scaled dragon with a serious expression, he looks even more menacing in reality. When Felix first read the details of the game, he realized that it would be much easier to win the game if he ended up meeting with the dragons and eliminating them early. But when he realized that Prince Domino had joined Sheriff's team, he dropped that thought immediately. He didn't spend the past 3 days sparring with the primogenitors only. He checked on all the new additions to the teams, who had many deaths in their previous game. Prince Domino had taken all of his attention the moment he realized that he was carrying the royal dragon bloodline. The videos he watched made him even more assured that Prince Domino wasn't to be f***ed with at all. Although the videos of his previous fights dated for at least a decade, Felix found out that his strength was equivalent to at least 3 dragons combined. That's how he earned the MVP title in the event of the past decade. He literally brute forced through all games, turning the entire event into a one-man show. Now that 10 years went by, Felix didn't dare to imagine how strong he had gotten. Just when I thought it couldn't get any harder. Felix sighed.